All right, welcome to the stream. We have a lot to talk about here before we get into the official reading. Welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday, or had a great Saturday. Had time zones. Time zones are a thing. VODs. There's VOD watchers. People watching this not on a Saturday. A lot of variances in time that could be happening right now. But whatever day you're watching this, hope it's a great day. For you. Let's see. So like I said, we have a lot to talk about here. I'm going to boot up the game first because I need to make sure the people that skip ahead, I need to know the people that skip ahead and just look for the game. I need them to see what I'm about to say. So we I need to make sure I'm skipping the normal recap that I normally do because we have to make do. We have to make good on stuff. So, earlier this week, I'm minding my own business. I'm at my work computer. Actually, no. I think the comment came in. You love my recaps? That makes me smile a lot. Thank you. They're really bad, but if you like them, that's really good. So I just have to put the recaps on the back burner for tonight, for a while. Maybe we'll get to them. I don't know. I think I woke up. I woke up from sleep. And I talk about how I check the YouTube comments because I love seeing anyone who's willing to send me a message or whatever, especially at these Higurashi VODs or whatever. And I forgot what the YouTube username was, but I saw one. It was like, basically the short of it. Okay, that was you. Okay, good to know. Now, unfortunately, two things. Unfortunately, I think your YouTube name is different than your Twitch name, so that's how I couldn't link it, right? But thank you for claiming it. Also, two, I believe an angel gets its wings every time a VOD watcher on YouTube makes their way to the Twitch live stream. So, that's a cool thing. I love to see that. Okay. So I read the comment, and it's like, you're missing some CGs. And I was like, huh? And this is like when I first woke up, when I checked my phone. I was like this, huh? And then I immediately started doing research, because I panic. Then, like, the panic alarms go off in my head, and I'm like, fuck. Like, what? How? Huh? I started doing a bunch of research. I'm like, and the best I can surmise, I think that's a word, is that in early episode, probably stream 2 or 3 of this, when I was either two things, I was panicking hitting random buttons, or I was flipping through the art styles, just to see the differences. And it must have destroyed some settings. It went to custom. I didn't get to see the, basically it turned the CGs off. If I actually can I do it from this screen? I can actually show. So it went from, this. The show hide CGs. So I think I went accidentally, again, pressing through buttons, went to custom. Or I went, and it basically went to hide CGs. This was checked. When this needs to be show CGs. So I was going through the rest of the story ever since I made that mistake, unknowingly, without seeing those. So then I was like, okay, we fixed the actual mistake for the future. But I was like, I can't, and this is where you guys can laugh. You guys can laugh at me at this point. Because you wouldn't think it. And it's not like I actually strive for perfection, but I actually strive for not having a fucked up series, right? No matter what game I'm playing or what I'm reading or whatever I'm doing on stream. Which might not come across all the time. But I try really hard to make them so that I'm not missing stuff. That's really what it comes down to. I have some quality control on my end that I like to reach. So when I noticed that, or once I figured out what had happened, and then I'm like, fuck, well, how do I make it as best I can? Because I can't go back in time now, right? So I spent that morning then, instead of working, instead of working, I spent that morning basically scrubbing through the entirety of what we've already read in Higurashi as fast as I could without missing stuff, hopefully. To the best of my ability, to find the CGs. And what I did was I found them, and then I reloaded right before, saved a bookmark right before they pop up, so we have a little bit of context looking at them. And then we can all look at them together here. Now, the shortcomings of this, technically I've already seen them because there was no way for me to find them, really, without me already seeing them. So these are not, just to be 100% honest, these are not genuine my first seeing them. Though I didn't, like, spend a ton of time, like, oogling them when I found them. So I tried to just find them, bookmark right before, and then move on, right? To the best of my ability. I'm hoping I didn't miss any. If I missed, like, one, then I apologize. I don't know if I'm willing to rescrub again. But I think I found them all. Again, to the best of my ability, someone would be like, hey, you could just use, like, an online resource to try to find them or something. But I genuinely don't want to run into, like, a minefield of spoilers, potentially, either online or, you know, trying to, like, even just trying to find either them online or using them as a guide to try to find them in the actual story. So, we'll get to that. We'll get to everything. I think I found, like I said, I think I found 6. 6 and or 7. Depending on one of them was so early, I can't remember if we saw it before I flipped them off. Does that make sense? So, I will get into that now. If we take a look here, so this is where our saves are, yeah? I saved them all here on the 10th page. So this was... We'll get a recap. Before we get to reading back to where we are, well, I'll try to do my recap. We'll have a group recap of where we actually are, if that's what you're asking for. So the first two, yeah. So that's genuinely kind of what I was thinking. These first two we might have already seen, but just to be sure, I will reload. Again, I backed them up a little bit so we have a little context, and I sort of remember where these all are, so I can kind of give some context as we kind of load them. So that's the benefit of me doing the legwork here, right? So this is Keshi looking at the tabloid, I believe, right? So he's reading, I think, the first initial thing of him seeing about the dismemberment and all that jazz. Too terrible. I don't think I'm actually going to read everything here. So we're just going to... Dismemberment with hatchets and pickaxes. That wasn't lynching. It was a merciless killing to letter. Brutal murder. Done by a group of people. With hatchets. With pickaxes. With a hatchet. There we go. So again, we maybe already saw that one. So, alright, so I do think we did see that one. But like I said, I started from the very beginning to try to make sure we didn't miss any. So since I already was doing the work, I was like, I'll just include this. So we're having the CG marathon here. Thank you so much for the tip. I'm pretty sure it was when I was switching up Oishi sprites, probably. Like I said, that's probably what I identified as. It was either during the Oishi sprites when I was flipping through them, or, like I said, around there, like slightly before or after, like an idiot, I was hammering a lot of buttons on the keyboard to try to bring up, like, the mod menu. So, I could have done anything during that. So we go back. This is so scuffed. Oh god. Okay, so we're going back here. Now this one's immediate. This one's so quick. Now unfortunately, we don't have to, or actually fortunately, we don't have to go through any of this. Here's Tomatake and blonde-haired lady. He's dead, so maybe your last look at him officially, and then she disappeared. But, again, I found this one. I think we saw this before. Don't even worry about it. Here we go. Now, I think, now we're reaching new territory. So this is when Rina immediately starts being weird about things. This is like her first instance of being like weird, I think. So she got the weird eyes. I think our first instance of seeing her with the weird eyes. I think. I'm trying to recall exactly, but I'm pretty sure. So this is on their pathway home or whatever. So she says, well then, Kechi-kun. Aren't you keeping something from us? Huh? Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Rina. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Rina. Aren't you? Lies or secrets? Aren't you? You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomatake-san, and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomatake-san, to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro-sama. Then, aren't we even? No, I'm not. No lies. Nor secrets. Liar! Her answer was instant, and it shook me. Rina stared as if burrowing through me. This angle is... the angle it does to her head, it's just like bulbous top head. It is very unsettling. Watching me, like a hawk. Why would you say I'm lying? Didn't you say that you were called into the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Kechi-kun? I know. You didn't go to the teacher's room. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened. The teacher said you had a guest, didn't she? So I'm adjusting audio just slightly. Alright, the teacher said you had a guest, didn't she? But you didn't talk at the entrance. You talked inside the car near the school gate. With some man we don't know. Rina knew everything. She knew that I was called by Oishi-san. The guy whose art I flipped through and fucked up and made many mistakes with. And that I heard about the incident with Tomatake-san as well. Did she know all of it? Exactly who was that man? I don't know him. Why did someone you don't know have business with you? I want to know that myself. Then what did you talk about? It has nothing to do with you guys. It was a lie. Rina's scream echoed through the trees, sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized. The person in front of me, she wasn't Rina Ryugu. Then, who was it that was standing before me now? Who had assumed Rina Ryugu's appearance? I had held my breath for so long, I could feel myself suffocating. And then she's back to smiling. Alright, so that's all we need to see. But that was, see, man, now, I'm actually, and again, the thing about me wanting to do the best by the streams and everything, and like, I'm gonna sound very lame, I am very disappointed in myself that we missed this. Like, I'm sad that we didn't see that all together first time through, whatever. I'm glad we fixed the mistake now at this point, but I am really fucking bummed. And so again, as lame and dramatic as it sounds, massive apologies that we didn't get to see this in the moment, first time around. Obviously, we'll see more of these here. But, yeah, bummed myself. Kind of wish I didn't fuck up. But, I take, despite what it seems and sounds like most of the time, I take my streams very seriously, you know? I've been doing this for several years. You don't get to this point. You don't do this for this long without thinking or wanting the best for them. For the experience. Oh, so that's the other thing. And I think I started the series talking about how, like, I genuinely hope that I never have people, like, spoiling shit in the comments of YouTube, because it's only by reading YouTube comments that I'm then able to see something like this where I fuck up and someone helps me, right? Oh, the other thing I meant to say about that is, so it helped that you had mentioned that, and then I could add a comment to the description. So part 5, I think, comes out either tomorrow or Monday. I think on YouTube, maybe Monday. And that part's still fucked up as well. But in the this is just a general thing. So if you are ever watching, I'm pretty good. If you're ever watching like a YouTube VOD, and like I'm pretty good at catching things where I fuck up, whether it's like a video or audio thing, if that ever potentially happens, or in an instance like this, if it is brought up to my attention, noting it in the YouTube video description. So if you ever see something weird or want to point something out, I would just recommend check the YouTube description real quick, see if I already caught it, and if I already have like a fix going, or I've noted it, or saying I'm gonna fix it or something. Not calling out any names, but after it was already, it should be the description. In theory, I could post a comment and then I think pin my own comment, but I'd rather not have to do that. I did do it in the description videos of part 3, 4, and 5 then. And then 6 is this one here. Not calling out any names, it's not like a big deal or anything. But after I caught the mistake and started fixing them, someone else brought up the mistake and was typing comments. And I was like, yeah, I noticed it. I also typed in the description like I'm fixing it. So this is just a word for any future happenings if something like this would ever happen. Or like I said, if it's a more technical thing like a video or audio thing, if I caught it, check the YouTube description and see if I've actually like noted it already. Just so we can save potentially your time, a commenter's time. I think more people see a comment than the description. Yeah, that's what I feared. I don't know. I have a whole philosophy about it, but I don't need to go. I don't personally need to go over it all, but I see what you're saying. I've weighed back and forth. I could always change what what I need to do. I could always, if I need to. Like I said, this kind of thing rarely happens. Audio or technical issues or video issues rarely happen at this point. I've got it pretty down pretty easily. Also, like in YouTube descriptions, like it again happens way less. But if I have to bump up a stream in front of like streams that technically chronologically happened before or after, I'll note that usually in the description as well. But just yeah, just notes for the future. Okay, so this moment is Kechi is receiving a phone call, or I think just got off the phone call with Oishi-san. Talked on the phone for quite some time, and I think his dad here. Oh, we're not going to be able to see. Great. His dad here was calling up to him. So this is in Kechi's room. Spent the night talking to Oishi-san about things. The weird thing still happened. I still think about this moment where he got like a second number. I still think I could be worried about nothing actually, but I still find it very weird that the detective had to give him a second number. Like, what was up with that? I still don't trust this situation. I don't know. Maybe I'm the super paranoid one here. But, it still is very weird to me when I think about this scene. But, anyway, we're in the room. His dad's calling up to him. Not calling up. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed turtle. So they were talking. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor, around the doorway with, so he had already been told. Rina had came upstairs and just hung around. I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Rina might have stood all that time. Just now, as I was talking to Oishi-san, with my back turned, Rina was standing a mere 6 feet away. The whole time? So there. So this is also a good one that I'm sad we missed. That we missed that we missed this because, man, I want to see Rena awkwardly peering through a creak in the door. All that time in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As a steam from the two tea cups, and I don't think we have to keep reading because there's not more after that. So that is that one. All right, we're working our way through. All right, so then here. So for recall, oh, they got the weird eyes. They got the weird eyes. Okay, so this one was when he is sick. He stays home from school the first day. This is after he went to the diner or whatever with Oishi-san. They two came to see him. Started off simply enough, innocently enough, and then they got the weird eyes. They barged in. It's right before he's given the needled food. And so they're there. Great. So then, does that make sense? Do we get the context? Okay. So Mion says, because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion, sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? Seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have to do with anything, to do with you or Rena or any, whatever. Me just bumbling through that. Rena goes, hmm? Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? That's eerie. Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, felt like it was going to explode. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. Took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I dropped the package of mochi. As I left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about to be closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Kei-chan. Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, alright? Thud. The door closed. And then he tried to eat the mochi, and then he threw it at the wall, and all that happened. Great. It's so awkward, me doing this. I'm sorry. This is the best I could do, guys. Okay. Here we go. What was this one? I gotta remember this one, because I remember the second to last. I guess we'll maybe learn this together. Okay. Rena's saying, yeah, it's due today. I think I remember what this is. So, he just got up the next morning. And he's like, shit, I can't miss school again, I think. And so he's with Rena there. Oh, shit, Rena's telling him, yeah, the quiz for saying, which of the mochis I prepared out of the other ones that were my grandma's or whatever. So he's like, oh, I didn't eat them all. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Was that due today? And she's like, yeah, it's due today. Mi-chan will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginably buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rina. Voice! I recalled that unexpected, piercing voice I could hardly believe came from Rina's mouth. Oh, I think I remember what this is. Okay. The moment that image... I thought this was the next one, but I digress. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rina? No, I was wrong. That was still Rina. Oishi-san told me, didn't he?
実は調べてみたら、竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryuga-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school.
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
It seems she went through her school building and broke all the windows. Rina had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass at the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school breaking the windows with a bat. Now this is a cool one. Fuck. I missed this. Man. So this is him imagining Rina at her old school with a bat, breaking windows like a mad woman. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Smash, walk, wind up, smash, walk, wind up. What a great window shattering noise. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Rina smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass. The crunching noise as Rina treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rina's classmates going pale as I forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rina came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rina busting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rina to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could to protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rina's new target. What would Rina have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning they would. I would be the next window. Rina, staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn to her eyes, paralyzed. Then Rina struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down onto the floor, desperate to protect my head. Rina didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. I guess I could stop there. I was just going to keep going until it went back to... So yeah, he's just imagining all that. Great! And one more, I believe. Kind of forget what this one is. Maybe this wasn't a big one? I don't know. So this was almost towards where we ended the last stream. So this is... He had the bat. He has the bat. He's doing his swinging. He's acting all weird throughout the school day. Definitely drawing more attention to himself amongst the friend group. I think this is now after he is told that he is... Or maybe this is about to be told. Maybe he's about to be told that this is just like the one person, but we'll see. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to... This is right when he started walking home alone, and then he could hear, I think, the footsteps behind him, right? Something along those lines. And then he was like, oh, stop following me. Something... That's kind of what I remember. Alright, so seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able, to threaten her again, Rina asked her final question. Oh, it's right about to be told. Okay. Why is even your bat the same? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前、何言ってんだ?
What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same?
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。
I don't understand what you mean at all.
もっとはっきり言え。
Say it clearly. Even still, Rina didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's?
サトシって、え?
Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rina tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was a student who sat in my seat up until last year, who's believed to have been demoned away by Oishiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Wada Nagashi by a drug addict. Not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. Oh.
これ、サトシのバットだったんだな。
This was Satoshi's bat.
誰も使ってなかったんで、ちょっと借りたんだよ。
Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it.
いいだろ、それくらい。
That's not a problem, is it?
そんなことじゃないの。
That's not it. The way Rina said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rina continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時と、どうしてそんなにまで同じなの?
Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Rina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。
It was the same with Satoshi-kun.
野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball.
それが俺とどう関係が?
What does that have to do with me?
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。
Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day.
チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. I really hope I saved right before CG. Because if not, this is just acting as a really good right before we ended the stream. Recap. Listen carefully, Kechi. Rina's trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。
Now I'm just thinking, maybe did I do an extra save thinking there might have been possibly another one? Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden.
ケイチ君みたいに。
Just like Kechi-kun.
そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。
Then one day, he suddenly started practicing his swing.
ケイチ君みたいに。
Just like Kechi-kun.
そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。
Then one day, he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him.
ケイチ君みたいに。
Just like Kechi-kun.
そしてね、ある日突然。
Then one day, he suddenly... And one day, suddenly... What? Rina had swallowed her words. Rina's sudden silence brought a husk back to the surrounding area. Did I read that right? A hush, not a husk. I was like, that didn't make sense. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what had happened after would be the same.
レナ、ある日突然サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Rina, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rina knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rina knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよ、レナ。
Answer me, Rina.
サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rina's shoulders violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
言ったよね、
I told you,
ケイチ君。
Kechi-kun. It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rina Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. I'm pretty sure if there was a CG here, I would have saved sooner. So we might just officially call this picking up where we were. So it'll flip scenes, I think, here soon, and then we'll do a recap, a quick recap. You know, even when I try to fix all the problems, I'm not 100% perfect, clearly. Why did I create another save? Maybe protection, I don't know. Both of Rina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from the time before, Rina brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper. Like the curve of a crescent moon, she grinned.
言ったよね。
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. I'm saying this I'm officially just calling this, like, I think we're so close to where we actually officially ended that and I've been reading this whole thing. We might as well just read this until the end, see what happens, and then when we flip, because the background will flip to, like, I think outside his house or whatever, or outside. It's that one picture of, like, outside someone's house or whatever, maybe in front of Rina's house, whoever's house that is, and then we'll do the recap at that point. So Rina says, "I told you."
ケイチ君。
That would be really funny. So much so that I feel like I have to check because I'm scared. No, they're there. I'm actually afraid. Yep. Just like Ketchy's paranoid of everything, I too now am paranoid of turning off CGs on accident. I told you, Ketchy-kun. After a short pause, Rina repeated the same words again.
サトシ君はね、転校しちゃったの。
Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out. Transferred. Meaning what? What Rina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and sprightly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rina, and me on my knees, underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね、
But you won't, will you?
ケイチ君は。
Ketchikin? Rina finally released me from the cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ。
Do what? What does she not want me to do?
転校
Transfer. Okay, so that is... Alright, I created a last save. I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Honestly, like I said, it was early in the morning on like Tuesday or something, so I don't know what I was doing. But here we are. This is where we are. Okay, let's have the recap. Let's go! Yay, Austin fixed everything. It's like no bad things ever happened. Yay! So, up until this point, let's go. Recap. Not a scuffed recap, because we literally just read a section. So, after his day, where he was sick and didn't go to school, and the paranoia grew after all the things that were happening, he went on a lunch date with Oishi-san. Oishi-san, maybe the villain of this story so far, in an indirect way, filled his head with a bunch of more paranoia and said that, you know, that friend group of yours, they have ties to all the different killings and suicides and things that are happening. And that only grew his paranoia. He's like, fuck. And then Oishi-san's like, hey, waitress, can I get another stack of pancakes? And Kechi was like, fuck. And so they drive home. He's back at his house. And he's still feeling like shit. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep again. I don't want to do this. And then Mion and Rina join him, open the door, invited into his hallway, whatever it looked like. And they're like, hey, I hope you're feeling better. It was a nice time for a moment. And they're like, you know, and this is, or we're, you know, Kechi's having the delusion still. I was talking about the delusions where he's like, man, if I just think of them as two different people, and this Rina who freaks out in front of me is not the real Rina, maybe I can make things normal. It's fine. I think last stream I was throwing out like a ton of like theories and stuff. So if you didn't watch last stream, you want to see that. It's me just like interrupting myself constantly with a bunch of theories. So they were like, hey, yeah, you hope you don't miss school. You are coming to school. You're coming to school. You're coming to school tomorrow, right? And then he's like, yeah, I guess. I'm feeling a little better. I'm sure I'll be fine. And then they flip the switch and they start being weird to get around him again. And or maybe the switch flipped in his head and not in their heads. But whatever. And he starts freaking out again. And they're like, they just start going like, it would be a real shame if you didn't show up to school. What we just saw in the CGs that I covered, right? So then there was the mochi incident. And so after all that, he's like, well, I can't not go to school because I'm stuck. I was talking about this last stream, but like, if he goes, oh man, if I don't go to school, I look bad in front of this friend group who seems threatening. If I do show up, I'm screwed. If I don't show up, I'm a different kind of screwed. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll go to school. He hatches a plan. I'm gonna go to school early, and I'm gonna take a baseball bat to protect myself. Because if they come at me, if I just start swinging and flailing around wildly, that's gonna help the situation. Apparently, I don't necessarily agree with that logic of thinking, but that's what Kechi has decided upon. So he goes to school really early. His friend group's like, why are you here early? That's really fucking weird. And he's like, don't worry about it. He's acting like outwardly aggressive, probably just exacerbating the situation and not making it any better. Clearly, they're like, Kechi, why are you being so fucking weird? And like, he doesn't know what to say because he can't bring up the fact that he's getting weird vibes from them because that only potentially makes it worse. So he's still trying to, he's trying to have too many paths, right? He's like, I want to act as normal around them to make it so that the situation goes away. But also, I'm going to become really aggressive and act like I don't want to talk to them or hang out with them. And also, I'm going to carry around a bat like a psychopath. And that's just what he does. So he's like swinging around. He's doing practice things. He's like, wah, 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 wah. And they're like, that's really weird. You do. Good. Also, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, he almost got run over by a truck. At the time, I thought that was just going to be an instance, but it seems like that's like such an event that feels like that's going to have a tie to something, but I guess we'll have to find out in the future. someone tried to run him over. It seemed as if he said, at least in his eyes, that they like dodged towards him, like, and on purpose tried to like run him over, and then just kept going. So that's weird. So he's like, fa 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 with his baseball bat. And then we just saw basically he's like, I'm just gonna go home without you guys. Fuck you guys. And then he heard footsteps, I think, behind him, and he's like, shit, someone's following me. And he found out it was Rina. Then we saw the ending incident with the Rina thing. And I think that's where we're at. So really quick recap, because I had to do the fixing of the CGs from last couple of streams. Anything else before we go on? Anything? Have we all said our piece? I feel like I ran the equivalent of like a marathon, just in brain thinking of past streams and then the CG stuff, fixing all that. 40 minutes in and we can start. True. All right, yeah, he's really struggling. I think one of the main takeaways from the theories from Tuesday stream, so last section, part 5 of this, is that coming to this story after reading Umineko, I'm going through this story being like, okay, what's the overarching like thing the writer's trying to get to you, right? Kind of like, what is the story beyond the initial story? And I assume, maybe probably incorrectly, that this is going to have something about like the reveal is going to be that this is all in his, I mean, this is a problem created by and exacerbated by himself. That's just how I view this. I would not be surprised if this story is like, Ketchy made everything worse. He's the inciting incident. He only made the relationship strained even worse by his actions. And like I said, I joked about it earlier, but like, do we all jump on the Oishi-san like, fuck that guy? Because this, like, I said it from the start, like, it's really weird that an adult investigator enlisted the help of this kid. To me, that still doesn't really sit right with me. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. I don't blame you. I was kind of bumbling through what I was saying. I think you meant like, no, I just mean like, what if like it's all a misunderstanding? What if like the paranoia he feels is like the death things were already told, right? So like we had Tomatake-san already be like, hey, those deaths, those aren't like supernatural or anything because they all had explanations or whatever. Basically what I'm trying to say is, what if this is just a story about like the wild things a kid's brain can take certain stories and myths and situations if they're not told the full story or they're given scary information from outsiders, like Oishi-san, who's like meddling in the affairs of like this town and the people. I don't know. I'm not really making like a ton of sense. I'll be 100% honest. I've had a long Saturday here. But like, you know, like, I don't know. Whatever you can glean from what I just said. Why would Oishi care? Well, I mean, like, we talked, I think we talked about this before, but like, Oishi, he's set for retirement soon here, right? And this is like his final case. And he's clearly dead set on figuring it out. Like that, the story made that very clear to be a thing to point out. What if he's like, this is his white whale, right? Like he's like, I've got these theories. I'm going to figure this out. It's going to be my big final investigation. I want it to go out in grand fashion. I want it to be this really complicated situation. And so by doing that, I mean, fucking weird, like I said, but I've got this kid who's now in with the friend group, who I think has all these ties. Maybe the initial, I know I should just hit the next button for the next line of dialogue here, but like, maybe it's like the overarching story is outsiders shouldn't poison the minds of kids. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Also, I know chat's I'm looking, I don't know. I probably wasn't making much sense, but whatever. I feel confident, at least in my own brain. Alright. So here we go. Now he needs to reconcile that him and Satoshi are having the same actions. Apparently right before he disappeared. Let me say this. Don't know if it says before, but Rikishi worked as a civil servant, which was a big inspiration for him when writing Higurashi. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Alright, we'll continue. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions the other day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself, and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, showing every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? I think I've told this story on stream many times before, but I was I was a very not aggressive child, but one day I got into a fight in grade school on the playground, during recess on a Friday with this known school bully. And I literally, it was I took the chance. We were just fucking around with a football or something, and I hated this kid when I was young. And his name was Griffin. Ugh, what a fucking name. And I literally tackled him to the I did in A Christmas Story when he gets on him and just starts punching the bully in the face. I basically did an equivalent of that. A Friday on a school during recess to this kid. That kid and his family moved that weekend, and no one knew where or if that was already planned. And it was very weird because I beat the shit out of this kid because he was such a bully to me and my friends. And then he's just gone from the school system. And I don't know if it was something I did or caused or whatever. How long did I ride the high? Well, at the time, not at all, because I was nervous. I was like, oh shit. Even as a kid, I was like, fuck, did I cause this? Did I do something bad? I didn't feel good about it, I'll be honest. I mean, I felt good at the time, but then when Monday rolled around and he was just gone, and we were told that his family moved, I was like, now looking back on it, I don't really care. And there's a part of me that's there's no way that a family moved just by something I did. I was like, it's got to be just highly coincidental. And now looking back on it, young me, I feel good about it. Honestly, as a kid, beating the shit out of a bully who's an actual bully to you and your friends, that's really good. So retroactively, I feel really good about it. I beat the shit out of the kid and then he got demoned away. All right. Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew, I was in my front door. I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. So there was something in chat earlier I really wanted to see. I missed it. I'm just gonna... Oh, that's it. I'll hope for at least a 5-hour stream, even though it's like super late for you. I'm hoping to go somewhat long tonight. But that's all based on like how long I can my attention span functions. I stepped into and that's just me being honest. I stepped into that's like that's always just how the streams work. They go for as long as I can not as long as I can function. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Oh, fuck. We're already starting tonight? Jesus. And I say we're already starting tonight, and we're an hour into the stream because of... Oh, my God. All right. Someone had entered right behind me. Oh, God. Like a classmate messing around. Now I'm really paranoid. The CGs are on, yeah? CGs? Great. Lip sync on. Alright, we're fine. Alright, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it is impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Ketchy. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. Flowing hair? There's no other reason I'll hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Ketchy Maibara, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. God, his life is fucked. He needs to just reset. Like I said, plead insanity or convince your parents you have to move. His dad's just a fucking art guy. They should be able to move. Honestly, I mean, I know I'm just pausing here, but like, he can do art anywhere. he can just go do art literally anywhere else. All right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. Oh. We haven't heard a voice in a long time, and even him just speaking startled me just slightly, I should say. I'm also a mess at the moment. Ketchy says, who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Ketchy. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but... Now, he's saying a young girl. We've now seen freaky shit happen with Mion, and we've seen... Rina. the question is going to become, when does Rika and blonde little girl, like, when do they start, like, getting in on the action, I should say. Although I think I was talking about, like, I think there was a question asked earlier in the stream that was like, do you trust any of the group of friends? And I was like, weirdly, I think that one, the blonde-haired girl, Satoko. I was like, what's her name? And I was like on the tip of my tongue, and I was like, Satoko. For some reason, maybe she's not weird. I don't know. A tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to its current predicament. A scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought that area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there. But were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand. Try that again. The metal bat held firm in my right hand, as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Yeah, Ketchy, just fucking swing the bat at the invisible person. That'll work. Rawr! I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed right into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. Oh boy, Ketchy. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Hey, at the very least, it's going to be very easy to convince your parents that you should be put into, like, an asylum or something. Because, if you're doing stuff like this, those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard as it was embedded in, and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Scream. My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swings with even more destructive power. Crack. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there, but not there, dispersed. Oh god, he's really going through it. Like, he has convinced himself there's an invisible entity there, and that what he's doing right now is actually working, which is, it's like, negative positive reinforcement, you know what I mean? Which just means that he's just gonna keep going more and more unhinged to protect himself. Escalating nature. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Kechi Maibara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. You guys always accuse me of coping. Holy shit, this is dangerous amounts of copium on his side. It wasn't just some sort of illusion. Excuse me, I saw amidst my confusion, disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I had been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rina and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oyashiro-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? Couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still, oh yeah, the clock memo thing. Oh yeah, that was so awkward, and he went to his parents, and he was just like, hey, if I die, bury me with the clock. I'm convinced the fucking parents have already checked the clock at this point. The parents are already well aware. They're not, like, dumb. They're weird. We've established I get weird vibes from them. But, I don't think they're dumb. As I said at the time, I was like, if I was his parent, I would immediately check the clock. When he said that. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I'd be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rina and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I'd be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't bear became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Kechi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be bestest buddies with Rina and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. No, don't call me. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirreled off the bed and went downstairs.
もしもし、前原です。
Hello, this is the Maibara residence.
ケイチ、お母さんだけど。
Kechi, this is Mom. Why is my mom calling me? I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative.
何？
What?
別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。
I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner.
まだいっぱいあったでしょ。
There's still a lot of them. The other day, we went out as a family and brought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, Got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger-flavored ones I liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them. So the cupboards are still full of them.
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right?
圭一、買い物のお願いじゃないの。
Kechi, I'm not asking you to go shopping.
お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work.
え？
Huh?
今から？
Right now? This is really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。
No, we're already here.
お昼には出発してたからね。
We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
圭一
Well,
もお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
Dad. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good.
お父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions change as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism.
でも、そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
Again, this just goes back to what I'm saying. These fucking parents, man. The adults in Higurashi are all fucking weird. I can't trust any of them. It's time to Kid Nation this and just do away with all the parents. Kids run Hinamizawa at this point. Can't trust any of them. They're all weird. That's the overarching story of Higurashi. Don't trust adults. But something like that can be done over the phone.
圭一、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。ね。
Kechi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please?
とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。
Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person.
誤解もないし。
So there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。
So, we'll be back tomorrow night.
圭一、一人で大丈夫よね。
Kechi, will you be fine on your own?
別に死にゃしないよ。
It's not like I'll die or anything.
圭一、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。
Kechi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying.
心配事があったら相談してね。
If there's something troubling you, just talk to us.
母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。
See, them just being gone just means he's gonna be able to, be, exponentially more paranoid as they're gone and just take up... His paranoia can take up the whole house, you know? Like, he can swing the bat, the whole fucking... destroy the house at this point and suffer no repercussions. I won't die.
俺は
I won't.
あがいてでも生き延びる。
I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off.
そう、
Yeah.
じゃあね。
See you then. Either this mom is clearly not paying attention to what he's saying, or she's just really chill. Or this is like his attitude a lot of the time, and she's like, this is normal.
明日の朝、ちゃんと起きるのよ。
Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up
朝ごはんは食べてね。
and eat your breakfast.
お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth.
へいへい。そんじゃ。
Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. Yeah, no, that's true. Kechi does, he's got that. He's got the darker humor. I agree. But still, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to like talk myself up as a parent because God knows I don't know how I would actually act with a child of mine, but like if my kid the day before is like, when I die, bury me with the clock, and then is just like, I would be like, immediately I'd be like, okay, husband, can you like go do your business thing by yourself? Like, we should have someone here. They normally did things by phone. The times it did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was the chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Blast that volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. Should be fine now. Ah. I almost said the garbage. The garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but that they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. Should be fine now. Need to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell. And the bat I was holding smashed into it. Whoops! Smash, 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 smash! Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. I was going to get them. The phone rang once again.
もしもし、前原です。
Hello? This is the Maibara residence.
あら、ケイイチ君
Oh, is this Kechi-kun?
お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら
Is your mother around?
今ちょっといないんですけど。
Oh, wrong answer. She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Kechi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it.
すぐに戻ると思います。
I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they may say they'll call again, or to try to call them, or to try... Let me just start that sentence again. Now they might say they'll call again, or to tell her to call them when she comes back.
なら、結構です。
That's fine.
大した話でもありませんから。
It wasn't anything important.
では、失礼しますわね。
Well then, sorry for the bother. Wait, so the villager person isn't going to say why they called? That is really sketchy. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. My call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. My parents are having sex, I think. I'm sorry. That's such a dumb thing for me to say. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up. But I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
もしもし。
Hello? I stopped announcing this. Excuse me. I stopped announcing this was the Myborough residence. Had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello. My apologies for calling so late. It'd be like whenever my dad answers the phone, he goes, hello. 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 My apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore.
Oishi-san desu ka?
Oishi-san. Is that you, Myborough-san? Now, if we're still working under my theory, anytime we talk to Oishi on the phone, it's not Oishi. It's like Mion impersonating Oishi. So I'm still operating under that theory, no matter how crazy or dumb it sounds at this point. But I have to run with my bit until it's proven false. Also, my cough is coming back, so soon I need to re-up my medicine here. Is that you, Myborough-san? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Oh, wait, just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that felt just a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
お待たせしました。
Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There's something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. Last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago? The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had to talk. Then after that, Rina and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Myborough-san? I guess the other thing that I think maybe was mentioned, or I thought of but didn't actually put voiced to stream or anything. The other alternative, especially if the kids know when he's talking to Oishi-san, is that he's in on it. He's in on the bad as well. Like, how perfect is it if things are actually, if shit is actually hitting the fan, and he's like, oh, I can only turn to Oishi for safety and to give him information and stuff, and feed him information about what the friends are doing. If Oishi is also in with the friend group, and I mean, by saying that, I mean like the bad side, right? And he literally has nowhere to turn. And he's telling, and then he's letting him know, and then that's how the kids know that they're talking on the phone, or he's hanging out with the dad, or going to Denny's for a stack of pancakes or whatever. That's also the opportunity, a chance. Possibly more likely than this being Mion throwing and impersonating Oishi's voice, but it's not as fun, you know? He says, I thought it was exact time, like the amount of days passed since the long. Gosh. Alright, Keshi says, huh?
すみません。
Ah, sorry.
なんて言いました？
What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried.
特には。
Not really. The word stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened, all of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
大石さん、やっぱり俺、
Well,
命を狙われているみたいです。
well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me. Really?
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、 先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
It could all just be a coincidence, but the day I missed school when I was sick, two of them came to check up on me.
あの二人
Which two?
レナとミオンです。
Rena and Mion.
そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
They started asking about how I had lunch with you.
それで
Or what could possibly happen is if he goes, if the two connections happen inside of Ketchy's mind, and he goes, how would they know? Because we see him, his like paranoia taking over him in his life and consuming him, right? I don't think it's a far reach for him to, maybe it's not actually happening, but for him to just connect that maybe Oishi-san is feeding them information. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's, I could totally see what's about to happen here is at some point he go, wait, the only way the friend group would know when I'm meeting with Oishi, the only way they would know is if he's telling them, and then he starts acting out against Oishi as well. And then truly it's just like a him versus the world type thing at this type of situation. Anyway, Oishi says, what next?
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。
They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. The accidental needle, as I said.
偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、
Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it.
これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか。
I wonder, could that have just been a threat?
その針は
About the needle.
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。
It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time.
糸を通す穴が開いていて、
There was a hole to thread string through.
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。
Not that, Maiburu-san. The needle itself.
証拠になります。
That's evidence.
脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。
It could be used as proof that they threatened you.
その針はありますか？
Where is that needle? That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the stove and desks, pulling up the carpet, and flapping it around. Flapping? Yeah. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. Didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I mean, what else are you doing with your night? I mean, yeah, it seems like impossible, but fuck it. Just have a fun night looking through for a needle and some rubbish. I was looking for a needle in the trash stack. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Like that. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. He's gonna think he, got while he was on the phone if he just dropped it. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs, where I'd been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
もしもし、
Hello?
どうでしたか？
How did it go?
見つかりません。
I couldn't find it.
あの時はつい気が動転していて、
I was really overwhelmed when it happened, and...
そうですか。
I see.
見つかればでいいんです。
It would be great if you could find it.
保管しておいてくださいね。
Keep it safe. That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run.
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。
Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all.
実は今朝、
Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time.
その車のナンバープレートは見ましたか？
Did you see the license plate?
こちらでも探してみます。
I could search for it from here. Damn. At the time I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. With failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. Now, Takechi's fucking credit here, if a car almost ran me over and I dodged at the last moment, even if I looked at the license plate, I would not have been able to remember what the license plate was at the night later. Like, and then recount it. Like, my memory is so shit. I don't know. I would not expect. I don't know how he expects him to even remember. I would be like, I don't know. The only way I would be able to still have the license plate is if I took a picture of it on my iPhone. And I don't think Kechi in the year 1980 whatever in Hinamizawa has an iPhone. So, impossible task. Shouldn't have even asked it of him. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. This is me when I figured out that I disabled the CGs and skipped over them. I also punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
I'm sorry. I don't know much more than that. It was a white van.
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。
Nothing to fret about, Maibara-san.
引かれかければ気も動転します。
Anyone would be shaken up after being hit.
やっぱりこれだって偶然じゃないですよね。
I guess all this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I can imagine him folding his arms.
あとレナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
Also, Rina's acting strange.
それはどんな感じですか？
How so? What Rina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say with confidence that Rina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing.
レナは知っています。
Rina knows.
去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year.
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
What would that be exactly?
レナが言うには俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。
Rina said I was the same as Satoshi.
このまま行くと俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどるとそんな感じのことを言うんです。
She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi.
運命ですか？
Fate, you say?
具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you?
転校と
Transferring out, she said.
転校？
Transferring out.
レナはサトシは転校したって言ってるんです。
Rina said Satoshi transferred out.
で俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫もしくは警告ですね。
Maibara-san, it was probably some sort of threat. Or maybe some type of warning. There's a lot of words coming out of Oishi's mouth, and not enough actions, I feel like. Like, at this point, if he's a private investigator, or not private investigator, but he's like investigator, department, whatever, of a police, whatever, and he's like, damn, this kid, I think he's got these things are happening around him, and he's being threatened. Like, enact. Send a secret service to protect him or something. I don't know. Be his bodyguard. Help!
俺もそう思ってます。
I thought so too. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now to the machinations of some human perpetrator? I mentioned this before, but it really feels like Oishi cares more about Kechi being bait than whatever might befall him. Exactly. Yeah, this is I mean, in my opinion, I think Oishi sees him as like the means to the end. Like I said, I truly think for some weird reason he sees this case as like a, damn, this is gonna be my thing I go out on, and I'm gonna look so cool and fancy and all. And I will prove everyone right that there's some crazy situation happening. And if this kid's in danger for whatever reason, oh well. Other than the theory of it being Rina and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Rina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Rina was involved. Rina had to know something. Rina was suspicious. What exactly was Rina? Couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rina. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rina was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house had some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning, so I had to ask, right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Is that the doorbell ringing? Uh-oh. Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rina, about what happened at her previous school. Actually, regarding Rina's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Oh, that's so creepy. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents are home. I need to answer the door. Nope, see? I disagree with Ketchy right here. I would not be answering that door. This is moment where you hide if you need to. Hello? Maibara-san? Sorry. Someone seems to be at the door. I'm gonna go see who it is. A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No. I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine. I don't mind. I dropped the Jesus. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. No, I should keep that on him. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom wasn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. I don't think it's gonna be the neighbor. I have a sneaking suspicion. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? It's one of those religious people. They want to give you a Bible or something. That's what I have to deal with. Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with One of my mom's friends. It's someone trying to... Oh, I was gonna say, it's someone trying to sell me internet service. That's actually what I have to deal with at my apartment. It's AT&T people trying to get me to buy their internet. Rena says, good evening.
Rena.
Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing. This old man doesn't know.
Rena, 一人?
Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. Seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the situation at all.
何しに来たんだよ?
Why did you come here?
ねえ、ケイチ君、ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。
Hey, Kechi-kun. I'd like you to open the door so we can talk.
レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな?
Can I come inside? I wonder. It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But...
うち、夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。
At my house, the chain has to be on at night.
気にすんなよ。
Don't worry about it.
なら、仕方ないかな。
Then, it can't be helped, I guess. Rena looked at the ground sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. And then, oh no, Kechi dies. Shit, it's a closed room mystery. Spin the chessboard around. Where the fuck is Battler? Oh shit. Sorry, I had flashbacks. Even if my heart ached, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd remove the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
あのさ、ケイチ君、ご飯食べた?
Have you eaten yet, Kechi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. Could just eat one whenever I wanted to.
いや、まだだよ。
No, not yet.
それがどうしたよ?
What about it?
じゃあよかった。
Then good.
これ見て。
Look here.
お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
I brought a bunch of dishes. Don't trust the food. Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff.
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
It's fine. You don't need to do that. I get the whole paranoia shtick to this all, but like, it is truly sad. We're watching like what we were painted at the very start, like this cool friendship group, like, you know, club group friends, whatever, of various ages. It is very sad to see that whole thing just completely deteriorate away. That is a very sad thing. As corny as that makes me sound, it is very sad. Because if for some reason this is all being overblown in Kechi's mind, and like Rena isn't actually doing anything wrong, maybe, which I don't know how that would actually be working, but whatever, walk with me here. It's very sad to see like what seemed to be a super fun, like, remember the first like 1 or 2 streams and they had that like picnic and they were just outside and they were good, better times, you know? It's just gone in a flash. Ruined. Anyway, it's fine. You don't need to do that.
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。
But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it.
ケイチ君、そういうの嫌いかな?
Does Kechi-kun not like that type of stuff, I wonder? I wonder? There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root and potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レン
Needles.
ジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time. No, Rena, the internet says you're not supposed to reheat rice anymore. Remember? That's apparently releases fucking some kind of toxin or something. Don't do it. Don't reheat rice. I'm joking when I say that, but it's true apparently. I don't know. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。
Also, I made some more pickles.
今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
I made sensai pickles this time. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sensai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Dude, he's being swindled by food. We're starting to see him. He's gonna drop the chain for the food. The food is getting to him. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetable for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sensei. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice.
それからね。
And also, but wait, there's more. So delicious, it just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make it do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Damn. Too easy. Rena did say she was alone. Shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though, possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. Sound that alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena. Did she? Did she know that my parents weren't home? Oh shit. We get a certified does he know moment? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents weren't here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Oh no, see, this is the thing. It's the problem is when he lies to her and she catches him on the lies, right? I mean, I understand what he's saying, like, how would she know? If I lie to her, how would she know? But we've seen in the past, she knows. She calls out on lies constantly. Huh?
そうなの？
Is that so?
そうなの？
Is that so?
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、その
I know you went through all the effort and everything, but, well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
でもちょっとはおかずになると思うな。思うな。
But some of this could work as side dishes, I think.
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。
I'm sorry. We have more than enough already.
うちのお袋ってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。
My mom always makes quite a few sides.
だから
So,
おかずあるの？
huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact. And that, I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。
So, Ketchikun can cook?
何を作ったのかな？
What did you make, I wonder?
いや、その別に俺が
No, well, it's not that I... Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I'd made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
本当に作ったの？
Rena, I DoorDashed food to my place. Don't even worry about it. Did you really make them?
おかず。
The side dishes?
ケイチ君が？
Did you, Ketchikun?
だから俺が作ったんじゃないよ。
It wasn't me who made them.
お袋が作った。あ、いや、作ってるんだよ。
My mom did. No, she's making them. Such a bad liar. Stuttering.
今
Right now.
だからさ、悪いけどレナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
ケイチ君のお夕飯当ててみようか？
How about I try guessing what Ketchikun's dinner will be?
なんだっていいじゃないか。
It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat.
ね。
Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな？
Aw, fuck. Your dinner. I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water?
おいおい、侮るなよ。
Hey, now stop with the insults.
うちのお袋のスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。
I can't believe you'd belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that.
そりゃもう満館全席状態ですごいのなんの？
Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to this silliness.
ケイチ君、
Ketchikun,
本当にお母さんご飯作ってってくれたの？
did your mother really leave you dinner?
いや、だからくれたんじゃなくて今作ってるんだよ。
No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now.
もうすぐ晩飯に。
It's almost time for dinner. Time to weekends at Bernie's, like, fucking... Rena had taken the assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
ねえ、
Oh
ケイチ
boy.
君、
Hey, Ketchikun. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
お母さんお家にいるのかな？
Back the fuck up, Rena! Is your mom home, I wonder? I wonder? I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Rena. She knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was a situation I'd concocted. He's in too deep to the lie. So I answered. I told her she was here.
いるよ。もちろん。
She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare. Gelid?
どうして？
Oh, shit. Why?
何のことかな？
Huh? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？かな？
Why have you been lying to me, I wonder? I wonder.
嘘なんか。
I'm not lying.
嘘だよね。
That's a lie, isn't it?
嘘なんかじゃ
It's not a lie.
嘘だよ。
Lies! Rina's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rina and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. I need her bulging eyes to back the fuck up from my door. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
ケイチ君のお夕飯当てるよ。
Shall I guess your dinner,
ね、
Keshi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Rina had already known. Just shut the door in her face. I don't care anymore. I knew now that Rina had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that I'd come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rina said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant?
カップラーメン
Cup
当たり
noodles.
でしょ。
That's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃきっとお腹すくと思うな。
I don't think you'll be full with just noodles.
ご飯とかも一緒の方がきっと腹持ちいいと思うよ。
I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Kechimabara. So it's just coincidence. Rina was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist.
好きなの？
Do you like them?
ラーメンがかよ
Do you mean noodles?
うん。
No,
豚骨生姜味。
I don't know what that is. What's that word? I don't know. Rina indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rina had spoken.
ごめんレナ
Sorry, Rina.
今なんて
What did you say just now?
え？
Huh?
何が？
今さ
About what? I accidentally
何
hit
が
that
好き
quick.
って聞いたんだよ
No, oh, you want me to actually replay it?
うん。豚骨生姜味。
Whatever it is, it probably like trails off a bit. Me and my white ass cannot understand Japanese, unfortunately. Just now, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Oh, nice catch. You got the pork thing. Nice catch. I'm stifling so much coughs. There's not a good point to stop here. Sorry if my voice is like wavering as I'm like reading this. I'm like holding it in. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ
Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rina know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rina. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that.
確かに買った
I certainly did buy them.
まとめて買った
I bought a bunch at once.
俺が箱買いした
I bought a whole case.
それがどうしてわかるんだ
How could you know that?
なんでかな。
Why, I wonder?
不思議だね。
Quite strange, isn't it?
だね。
Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me.
どうしてわかる
How do you know?
なぜ知ってる
Why do you know?
答えろ
Answer me!
買ったのはセブンスマート
You brought them at 7th Mart,
だよね。
didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade.
だからなんでわかるんだよ
Like I said, Why do you know that?
圭一君の後ろずっとくっついてたから。
I was behind you, following you the whole time.
何を言ってんだよ。
What a weird thing to say. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time.
だから
That's because
レナが
Rina was
圭一君の
right behind
後ろに
Ketchikun's back
ずっとくっついてたの。
the whole time. Like that night. That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door. Behind me. Standing there. Just like that.
圭一君がいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ後ろからずっと見てたの。
Well, when Ketchi was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. Great. Rina, certified confirmed stalker.
いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。
You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you?
それでお母さんに怒られたの。
Then your mom got angry.
高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。
If you're going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Weird. Rina's being so weird.
それで圭一君大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。
This is where I'm supposed to say the joke that I always say. I could fix her. I need someone as obsessed as Rina is with Ketchi. I need someone as obsessed with me as Rina is obsessed with Ketchi. And then I could say, I could fix her. Then Ketchi-kun picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loves so much, didn't he?
レナも好きだよ。
I like it too.
豚骨ラーメン。
Pork bone noodles.
でも大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
But I can never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then, I could understand what Rina was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rina advanced.
だから圭一君
So, Ketchi-kun,
ここを開けて。
can you open this?
レナと一緒にご飯食べよう。
We can eat dinner together.
きっと美味しいから。ね。
I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so... Okay. Ah! Back up! Rina's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rina didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. Alright, I know it's just a fucking, like, it's a CG, it's an art thing right here. But the way this gap works, and the way she's fit her fingers in, it very much looks like she could just do it herself. She could, it looks like she could just take the latch thing and just knock it off. Like, this doesn't look like this is stopping her, just by the art. Am I wrong? Like, it looks like she could just, whoop, whoop. It's more about the length of the chain. Oh, good. Maybe that's right. Yeah, if the chain, there's not a lot of slack. I guess you're right. I guess I'm not thinking about the slack in the chain. If it was this outstretched, you're right. So she could probably fit and touch this, but she wouldn't be able to lift it up and do all that because there's not enough. Because it's okay. See, this is why I'm an idiot. You got to keep me honest about these kind of things. You got to keep me honest about how latches work. It sounds like I didn't play Umineko. You're right. All that time I spent with Umineko last year, it was a lie. I was just simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart. Trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
開けて。
Open up,
圭一君。
Ketchi-kun.
帰ってくれ。
No, you know what he needs to do right now? He needs to go on the offensive and really quickly slam the door shut and close her fingers in the door, break her fingers. Like I did to my sister on accident that one time when I was young. Slam her finger in the door, break her fingers. Please go away.
頼むから帰ってくれ。
I beg you. Please go away.
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うの
She's
かな
insistent.
かな。
How can you say something so mean? I wonder. I wonder.
帰ってくれ。
Please go away.
帰れよ。
Go away.
帰れ。
Go away! The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. God, she's got strength, and the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wiggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. Jesus. Ah! No, I don't like this. It hurts. It hurts, Ketchikun. It hurts. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away. Go away. Go away! I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if it didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing.
本当に痛いの、ケイチ君。
It really hurts, Ketchikun.
悪ふざけが過ぎたなら謝るよ。
I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything.
痛いの。痛いの。
It hurts. Oh,
ごめんな
my
さい。
bad.
ごめんなさい。
It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
帰れ。帰れ。帰れ。
Go away. Go away. Go away! Rena couldn't even hear if she wanted, couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I'd trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Ew.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
帰れ。帰れ。帰れ。
This is not good. Go away. Go away. Go away!
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away. Go away. Go away. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
ケイチ君。
Ketchikun.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ここを開けて。ケイチ君。
Open up, Ketchikun. Like, those fingers are definitely broken. They've got to be. Like I said, did it to my sister on accident. She was trying to bust into my bedroom door, and I was trying to close it, and she got her fingers, like, in the little crack, and I pushed it hard enough and slammed her fingers, broke a finger, and it was bleeding real bad. Her fingers are definitely destroyed. They gotta be. Open up, Ketchikun. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry. Those pitiful words. They would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mina threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out, and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rina repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I talked with Rina for so long, I had almost no time pass. But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
もしもし、大石さん。
Hello? Oishi-san?
お待たせしてすみませんでした。
Sorry to keep you waiting.
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
Rina just came just now.
遊びに来たんですか？
Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rina. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rina, but Rina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rina was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I'd regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I'd better off not knowing. But, looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No. Rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
竜宮レナさんのことですか？
Regarding Rina Ryoga-san?
調べましたよ。
I did a bit of digging.
まあ簡単には。
Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
I want to know everything from your research.
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though.
大石さん。
Oishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then, I said it.
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。
I think Rina Ryugo is suspicious.
過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、竜宮レナは関わっています。
Even if the past incidents were from Oishiro-sama's curse, Rina Ryugo is involved.
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか？
Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rina-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
I only have circumstantial evidence.
そうですか。
I see. I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed.
大石さん、
Oishi-san,
目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか？
you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。
It's fine, Maibiro-san.
あなたは私が守ります。
I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him.
大石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous situation, or position.
話してください。
So please, tell me.
レナのこと。
Tell me about Rina.
サトシは転校しました。
Satoshi transferred out.
多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来レナの言う転校をするでしょう。
Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rina called transferring out as well.
ですが大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。
But you won't be able to find my corpse.
現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet.
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
Alright, Maibara-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rina transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとってつまらない話は何一つありません。
Right now, to me, there's nothing that I'll find uninteresting.
お願いします。
Please.
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
There are a few things I need you to agree to.
はい。
Okay.
他言無用でお願いします。
Please keep this confidential.
また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。
Also, part of this may be speculation.
すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
真実ではないかもしれない。
It might not be true.
言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
I don't understand what you mean.
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。
There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa.
毎年の事件は個々に扱われています。
Each one is treated as its own individual case.
ですから、竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。
Thus, Rina Ryugu had never been linked to any of the investigations.
つまりですね、
Basically, you see,
レナの調査は警察としてでなく
this isn't an investigation of Rina done by the police.
個人として行ったということですか。
And is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me?
ご理解いただけて助かります。
This will make things a lot quicker since you understand.
話のほとんどは電話、もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。
All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews,
ですから、裏が取れていません。
so they aren't corroborated.
鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。
I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean.
ご理解いただけますね。
Do we have an agreement?
全部聞いた話だけなんですか。
All of it is just from what you heard?
申し訳ないです。個人調査ですのでね。
Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see.
あれ、
That thing.
以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか。
Before, you said you saw Rina's chart, didn't you?
確かにそう聞きましたよ。
I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
そんなことも言いましたかね。
I told you that too, huh?
気のせいということにしてください。
Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care what Oishi-san having certain obligations. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all.
話してください、大石さん。
Please tell me, Oishi-san.
わかりました。
Understood. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rina lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rina confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Maibara-san.
ではどこを詳しく調べたんですか。
Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa.
レナが起こした事件とその後の医者での告白ですね。
The incident Rina was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct?
はい。
Yes.
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそレナたちを疑っているんですね。
After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rina and the others, didn't you?
疑っています。
Yes, I did suspect them.
やはりレナたちが犯人。
So they're the ones after all?
ああ、いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
Ah, no. That's not what I meant by suspect them. Question mark? Oh, he's just almost the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
Then, who do you suspect?
お社様ですよ。
That it was Hoyoshiro-sama. Huh?
お社様のたたりって本当にあるのかな。なんてまあ。
That Hoyoshiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right. Well, oh, I sound normal. Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve into Rina's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
どうしました？
What is it?
あ、いえ、急にすごい雨が。
Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily.
すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
Sorry. Please continue. Is, I mean, Rina's probably still out there, crying, and wet now. I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window.
はじめに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。
I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved.
でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。
So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk.
被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。
Regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage.
学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かがいろいろ根回しをしたのかもしれませんね。
Could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say the combination of rain and the phone thing immediately made me think of Umineko situations as well.
またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。
Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics.
もしもし、
Hello?
前原さん、
Maibara-san,
聞こえてます？
can you hear me? Uh-oh. There's a figure. Oh, no. Oh, God. There is a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. This is freaky. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from their hair. Ah! It is like Big Maria energy. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was a stack of boxes, wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room. Focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rina instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rina, nor would I have noticed that. Rina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating? To me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her?
もしもし、
Hello?
前原さん、
Maiber-san,
聞こえてますか？
can you hear me?
もしもーし。
Hello?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
前原さん
Huh? Maiber-san.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
もしもし
Me when I disable CG. Hello?
前原さん
Maiber-san.
どうしましたか？
What's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 I won't forgive.
前原さん
Maiber-san,
聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。
if you can hear me, please respond.
もしもーし
Hello? Ah. Alright, I'm gonna throw up a BRB. I'm not ready to end the stream or anything. We'll read another chunk here. But as I was alluding to, I definitely need to pound some cough suppressants, so I'll leave the non-Gregorian chanting here. Let's see, what BRB screen? Let's go with the tortoise. I'll be right back shortly. Give me like 5 minutes, I'm gonna go to the restroom and all that. Get some water, stretch your legs, pet your dog if you have one, and I'll be back shortly. Okay. Alright, I returned. With the tortoise music. This music. Originally, when I first heard it, when we got rid of the Gregorian chanting and it was turned into this. Actually, we could test. Wait, if I test it, am I going to turn CGs off on accident if I do that? Oh, you guys can't see. Uh-oh. No, no, what happened? What did I do? Ah, shit, did I fucking... Oh my god. I accidentally... I forgot that when you go to the mod menu, you click the thing behind it as well. I'm an idiot. God. Fucking... We're back. Oh god, I'm so bad. I need to just stop clicking things. I'm trying to fucking goof around. All I was gonna say was the Gregorian chanting. I just wanted to hear it again. But also, this music is fucking so eerie. Originally, I thought it was like relaxing sounding, and then my friend was like, "No, it sounds like liminal space music," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's creepy." All right, did I miss a thing? No. Okay. So, accidentally clicked. Did I click the first one? I think I did. I must have, right? The first one here. Guess we'll find out eventually. So this is a reporter. God, I'm such a disaster with these things. Reporter says, I see it in movies quite often, but what is it exactly? Oh, multiple personalities was the first one. Great. Multiple personalities are thought to be escapism. Multiple personality disorder is a form of escape? Correct.
そのメカニズムは完全には解明されていませんが、精神を守るために脳が行う防御行動の一つではないかと考えられています。
The exact mechanism is not fully understood, but it is believed to be a type of defense for the brain to retain mental stability.
例えば、貧乏な人がお金持ちになった自分を想像するという現実逃避ってありますよね。これも多重人格なわけですか？
Hypothetically, poor people imagining themselves as wealthy is a form of escapism, is it not? Is this also a form of multiple personality disorder?
極論はできませんが、講義的にはそう解釈できます。つまり、誰にでもあり得る現象なのです。
I wouldn't go that far, but broadly speaking, one could infer that. It's something that occurs in all of us, occurs in us all.
その現実逃避の見境がなくなると二重人格になるのですか？
Does split personality occur when one cannot tell which is reality and which is the escape?
ちょっと難しいですね。そう提唱する説もありますし、否定する説もあります。
That's difficult to say. There are some who agree with that and some who disagree.
諸説紛々です。
There's no consensus.
では、精神医学の世界ではまだ多重人格というのは未知の解明されていない現象なんですか？
Then, is the occurrence of multiple personalities still an unknown phenomenon? Something not fully comprehended in the psychiatric field?
残念ながらそうなります。今後の研究が期待されます。
Unfortunately, that is the current state of things. We can only put our hope in future research.
でも二重人格なんてなんだかかっこいいですよね。どういう人が二重人格になれるんですか？
But, it's sort of cool having a split personality. What kind of people get split personalities? This reporter, Jesus.
なれると言いますか、なりやすいと言いますか。最近の研究では遺伝と死因が複雑に絡み合い。
Recent studies find that those who develop it, or rather, those who are more susceptible to developing, may be generally predisposed, stuttering over that, or may have had abnormal mental development.
中でも幼少期の育児体験が大きく作用するのではないかと言われています。
Some say that childhood abuse increases the chances. Is this implying that Rin and Co have split personality? So, I've wondered back and forth about these tips, right? Because some of the tips we've got were like flashbacks. Some of them seem to be, we've gotten like things where we've had moments with like Oishi, we've had like past flashback moments of the club, and then we've had like these like third category where it's like, or maybe second category, numbers are hard, where it's like unrelated, but maybe slightly related, but like it's like characters that we don't know or whatever, and they're just like extra little bits of info. And I can't tell if it's supposed to be like, hey, this is directly tied, or I'm gonna try to phrase it exactly. Ways to guide us towards feeling certain ways, but maybe it's like red herrings. What if it, like, I'm not necessarily saying one way necessarily for this, especially for like this one immediately, but I would not be surprised. I know they're called tips, but I mean, just like I'm not ruling out. I don't want to rule out if like the ones that are like completely unrelated, but like could totally have like ties to it. If they're like unreliable tips, maybe that's what I would want to label. I don't know. I'm just theorizing here. Professor goes back to say, some say the childhood abuse increases the chances.
そういえばこの A 君も家庭に問題を抱えてるんですよね。気の毒に。
I get what you mean. Maybe it wants us to think that they have split personalities. Exactly. So like, if you're just taking this for face value, you would be like, oh, this is like a thing to put us on the track of thinking, okay, the reason Rina or Mion is acting weird, or maybe fucking Kechi is having a hard time or something, maybe this is the psychological explanation for what's going on or what they're experiencing. But that we also have to take that with like, oh, what's the possibility that there's also like a Oyashiro-san, like a Sama like curse thing going on in Hinamizawa or something. So I'm taking it all. I'm taking all of the things with pinches of salt, or whatever the fucking phrase. Speaking of which, Person A here experienced abuse as a child, didn't he? How sad.
7つの人格を持つ青年 A。
Person A has 7 different personalities.
では VTR の続きをどうぞ。
Let's watch a video of him.
ですがその前にコマーシャル。
Right after these commercials. Oh shit, at the 7th mart. Is this gonna show Rina fucking being a stalker? Spooky. The 7th mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's that, Kechi? So many. There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flopped all the different colored cup noodle bowls into the cart.
最近のカップ麺は凝ってて種類も多いんだよ。どれも一通りは食ってみたいし。
Cup noodles have gotten so elaborate recently. There are a bunch of different types. I want to try each of them at least once. I knew it was very, pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Kechi. I guess the dad doesn't get a voice. Kechi. Buy them in a big case. It's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling I'd end up like this. It would end up like this. Now that Dad had thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise.
それじゃあ一種類しか食えないよ。飽きちゃうって。
And I'd only get to eat one kind. I'd get bored with it. I was resisting as a formality. I'd already given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. You don't have to rush me. Quickly search the case of noodles for what I want. Pork bone and ginger, large cup. Hey, Kechi, can't you get a more normal one? If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. So, when I plonked a large box of pork bone flavor in the shopping cart, Mom looked back at me with an expression as if to say, "These ones?" Paranoia time, have you considered I might have unintentionally turned Kechi's dad? Dude, is that? There's no way, is there? Let me check. I have this. This is what that is. What is this? Enables opening video. Oh, don't worry about that. Unintentionally, you guys got me all paranoid now about fucking everything. It's my own fault too. We can't trust me. Hi. Okay. I think we're fine. It wouldn't make sense if, like, there should not be an option where I just turn the dad noise off, but Ketchy is still being voiced. That would be very strange. So when I plunked a large box of pork bone flavor in the shop... Oh, I read that. Okay. To show her this was my last compromise, I began explaining the choice. Pork bone is good. You get a large serving, but the flavor isn't too strong. I remember insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. In this frozen memory in time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So, I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. Oh, wow, so this is our first time, like... I hate to use, again, the word meta, especially because we used it during Umineko a shit ton, for, like, real obvious reasons. But this is, like, the first time we were seeing in one of these tips, like a third-person Ketchy, like, reliving his memories, or something, to go back to the thing that Rena was saying, that she was there at the supermarket following him, or whatever. So that's interesting. Anyway, I'm jumping ahead of myself. So, I did what I could, senses, already read that. Okay, no matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Rena. I rewound the situation, searching. But of course, I couldn't find her. Then, was she spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound and presences again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they please. There was nobody looking over this way, and no one trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I would definitely notice if someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wryly at the thought of using a vague word like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. Then... squeaky. Then I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. That was a terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles. Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom. But there was that presence constantly on my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tip-tap. But listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap. Pip-pat, pip-pat, pip-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap, pip-pat, pip-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap, pip-pat, pip-pat. Austin does some onomatopoeia work. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit-pat were right behind mine. Me running around gleefully in that closed-off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I'd heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That is why I didn't turn around. In the moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had run at that time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not once. Then, I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. That is why it made no sound. That was all. At that time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At the time, the entire world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turn on the light. Except my body couldn't move. As if I was sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My pastel's hair stood on end. That's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved. So you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move. So you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit-pat. Yet that sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on my back, of my neck pricked up on end. It was so close. It was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. There was something unforgivable in this moment in time, but I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop, it began to administer a pain like a needle being stuck into my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. A scream I was unable to vocalize. Bro. I'm sorry. I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What? What? What is this? Just as a person's mouth might bite into an apple, slurp the juices, and finally discover that it was an apple, my mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. Munch, munch, chew, chew. Slurp the juices and discover the apple. Meaning, what was in front of me was... Ah. Oh, the Chivo I just got was, said all the tips for this chapter. Does that mean we're close to finishing this chapter? Well, shit. Let's continue. Deep breaths. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left the spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying, and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during the endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. During the BRB, I was wondering about this. Like, there is no winning now. There's absolutely no winning this situation. Assuming he goes to school, like, do you think... let's just say nothing actually freaky happens. You don't think Mion's just gonna, like, not just freak out at him because he slammed her hand in the door? Like, there's gonna be consequences one way or the other. Whether they're, like life-threatening supernatural, like, circumstances, you know, repercussions, or, like, at the very least, on the other side, like, Keshi, what the hell were you doing? You actually hurt Rena, and I'm going to, I don't know, I'm going to kill you. One way or the other, I feel like Keshi's gonna die. I don't think he's escaping that outcome. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time. But I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in there was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So, unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Kechimibara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Or it's going to be what I said from the beginning, half jokingly. They're going to do the club thing, and they're really going to do like a true shadow game with Kechi. And he's going to have to play the game for his life on the line, or else be sent to the shadow realm. So, hope he's good at some little game or something. But that didn't mean I was going to twiddle my thumbs. I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I need to avoid the trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself. I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were born aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. Alright, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength, and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. What a line. Entrust, man. I'll make sure I dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rina or Mion, I needed to leave now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now. Considering what would happen if I ran into Rina or Mion, it wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to go to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mom was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Kechimibara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. It sounds like he needs more epic, like, getting ready for battle music and not just this sad piano thing. He needs more badass, like, walking down the street music. I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rina arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rina said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Damn. Though, it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rina's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rina as a cute, ideal girl. Kei-chan, so you're still aiming for the nationals? It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised.
Mion ka.
Oh, Mion.
分かってるなら放っておいてくれよ。
If you understand, then leave me alone.
俺は甲子園で忙しいんだ。
I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tactically keeping Mion from getting any closer.
ケイちゃんさ、ちょっと休憩。
Hey, Ki-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest.
ホームルームまであとちょっとだろ。
Homeroom's not that far off, is it?
もう一汗かかせてくれよ。
Just let me finish practicing. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal.
ケイちゃんって野球好きだったっけ？
Ki-chan, when did you get into baseball?
最近好きになった。
Just recently?
最近って昨日から？
Recently? You mean yesterday?
分かってんなら聞くなよ。
Don't ask if you already know.
あれまあ、
Oh dear.
スポーツマンにしては爽やかじゃないお返事だことで。
It's a very unsportsmanlike reply.
気が散る。
You're distracting me.
放っておいてくれ。
Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility. But we were at school, in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out.
何か用なんだろ
You need me for something, right?
う。なんだよ。
What is it? Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina, in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me.
用ってわけでもないけどさ。
Well, it's nothing important.
お疲れのようなら後にするけど。
If you're tired, I can ask again later.
今でいい。
Now it's fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others? That's out of the question.
さ。
Well... Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire.
おじさんダメだわ、こういうの。
This old man's just no good at this stuff.
ボキャ品はつらいわ。
Having a poor vocabulary hurts.
なんだよ突然。
What's this all of a sudden?
言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言えよ。
If you have something to say, just say it.
やめてよ、
Stop it.
素振り。
Stop that swinging. She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I'd already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I?
ちゃんとやめてるだろ。
I just stopped, didn't I?
じゃなくて、
That's not what I mean.
今日で終わりにしてほしいの。
I want today to be the last day you swing that bat.
悪いけど。
I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat?
なんでだよ。
Why?
余計なお世話だよ。
It's none of your business, is it?
別に誰にも迷惑かけてないだろ。
I'm not bothering anyone, am I?
かけてる。
You are. Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating.
俺がいつ誰に迷惑をかけたよ。
When did I bother anybody?
と。
Mion was at a loss for words. But she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she stuttered as she said it.
だってさ、ケイちゃん、それ人のバットだしさ。
Because, Ki-chan, that's someone else's bat.
無断借用は悪いし。
You shouldn't borrow it without permission.
転校した生徒の忘れ物だろ。
It was left behind by a student who transferred, right?
本人が取りに来るまで借りてるだけだよ。
I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it.
ああ、まあね。転校したし。
Huh? Yeah, he transferred. Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. I made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie.
でも変わってるよな。
But strange, isn't it?
兄貴だけ転校なんだろ。
For the older brother to transfer by himself?
妹は転校しなかったんだろ。
While his little sister stayed behind? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up.
知ってたの？
Kichan, you knew?
王女サトシ。
Satoshi Hojo.
サトコの兄貴だろ。
Satoko's older brother, right?
去年鬼隠しにあって消えた。
The one demoned away for last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion felt silent.
レナにも言われた。
Rina asked the same thing.
なんで素振りを始めたのかってな。
Why did you start swinging that bat?
サトシもやってたんだってな。
She told me Satoshi did the same thing,
素振り。
practicing his swings,
それも失踪の直前に。
right before he went missing.
これってさ、お社様のたたりに合う前
Damn,
兆
he's
って
just
わけだ
going
な。
right for it. So, is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse? Shh! Mion panicked and looked around.
頼むよケイちゃん。お社様の話はうかつにしないでよ。
Please, Kichan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly.
私はそんなに信じてないからいいけどさ、他のみんなはすごく信じてる。
I don't believe in him, but the others very much do.
レナなんかやばいくらいに。
Rina especially.
やばいくらいに。
Dangerously so?
とにかく
Anyway,
みんな怖がってるんだよ。
you're scaring everyone.
もしもこれが悪ふざけならやめな。
If you're just fooling around, then stop it.
サトシの真似は絶対にやめて。
You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions.
先に言っとく。
I'll say this now.
俺はサトシのことは何も知らない。
I don't know anything about Satoshi.
みんなが隠してたからな。
After all, you didn't tell me anything about him.
隠してたってわけじゃ。
We didn't mean to hide it.
毎年起こる事件のこと隠してたろ。
You were hiding the incidents that happen every year, weren't you?
それはケイちゃんを。
That's because we didn't want to,
怖がらせたくなかったってのか。
You didn't want to scare me?
それが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ。
That's your reason for leaving me out?
いや、そんなつもりじゃ。
No, we didn't mean to.
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったかって聞いたよな。
Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I?
ミオンはないって言ったじゃないか。
And you told me nothing happened.
バラバラ殺人があったのによ。
When someone was dismembered and murdered?
嘘つき野郎。
You lied to me.
ごめん。嘘ってわけじゃ。
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you.
仲間ってのは隠し事なんかなしだろ。
Friends don't hide things from each other, right?
そうだろ。
Isn't that right?
じゃあお前らは仲間じゃない。
Then you aren't my friends.
ケイちゃん。そんなのって。
Kichan, we... Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I've got a bad feeling about all of this. I had a bad feeling about everything. I've had this feeling for a while, but like this whole time, like we're building up to like Kechi being afraid for his life, right? But once he took up the bat, I was like, God, what if like the paranoia gets the best of him and he goes for the girls, you know? Like ever since that was a thing, I was like, well, I think it's gonna be there's a possibility for a reverse situation. So I just see like I'm looking at like Mion's like pouty face here, and I'm just like, please don't take a bat to her. Not my favorite character. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this.
ああ、それに先日の見舞いのおはぎ、あれうまかったぜ。血が出るかと思った。
Wow, he is going all out here. He's not holding anything back. Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day? They were good. Thought I was going to bleed.
やったのはどっちだ。
Who did it?
お前か。
You?
レナか。
Or Rina?
私。
Me. She admitted it so easily. Oh god. Couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was.
死ぬかもしれなかったんだぞ。
You could have killed me.
仲間にあんな真似をするのかよ。
How could you do that to a friend?
そんなちょっとしたいたずらじゃん。
But it was just a little prank. It was just a prank, bro. Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. You think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle. A sewing needle. Now, I'm already calling like shenanigans here. She admitted to it, but she didn't admit to necessarily the needle thing. They could be talking about slightly two different things. Like, I still think there might be some kind of misunderstanding potentially on someone's end. Because, like, it seemed the way this text went out, like, it very purposely, he didn't say, how could you do that to me? And she's just saying it was a prank, but he didn't say, how did you do the needle thing? It seems like it was very selective when it said that. Anyway, it was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did you think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. So just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know? Oh my god. The cops have been onto you from the start. So don't think you can just make me disappear like you did Satoshi. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents too. I also know you've spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide it from me. Got that? How did you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom. Let's go. Class representative needs to be there, right?
Huh?
Right? At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You're so mean, Kei-chan. I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mion, still shaking, as I turned around to head for the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter, as she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is.
Eh?
Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. Ah! Uh-uh! Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. So it was that bastard. He leaked it all to Kei-chan. She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot on the ground with a terrifying, yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rina's. I should have killed him back then. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year? Was she talking about Oishi-san? Damn it, I'm going to kill that damn old man. Ugh. It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage. Alright, it's time to leave school then? If what just happened actually happened? Like, leave? Rise? Attention? Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rina nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today felt oddly refreshing. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in to the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents on my desk into the bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. Oh boy. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today, and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But, deep down inside me, far beneath, in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, my current state, there's something more important than how things would end. There's something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with these shrieks, Tomitaka-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When do I realize it? Wonder if I'll be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw Higurashi on his back, spasming weakly. Bleep, bleep, bleep. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. Bug noises. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But, in this moment when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me was Rina, just like yesterday. If it was Rina, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rina, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands in my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. My imagination hadn't led me astray. I'm sorry, I'm like a fucking dork. Every time now we see the full CGs, every time I see it, I go, oh! Because there's such a long stretch where we weren't seeing any of them. So now it's like catching me off guard every time it does like pop up. Plus there's the alarming content of them. So I'm already like, oh! My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rina. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rina that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like it was grinning slightly. And in her right hand, oh boy, was a hatchet. She's coming for revenge. I hid myself up behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing. There are tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for the hatchet, there's no excuse for that. Actually, I'm sorry, I hate to lie. Or I hate to, prove Ketchy wrong, but what if there's another Colonel Sanders to save? That was why we got the original hatchet, right? Colonel Sanders! There was no excuse for that. A hatchet. Just like that. Ketchy-kun. Are you playing hide and seek? I wonder. My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here. Were you trying to scare me? I wonder. I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rina to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. Oh my god. I found you, Ketchy-kun. Rina was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Ugh, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and deadly freeze all the organs of my body. Not good. I'll be devoured by Rina at this rate. I'll strike back. Don't lose. What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Rina didn't flinch one bit. It's just the same as Ketchy-kun. I'm heading home. And what about that hatchet? Then what about that bat you're holding? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. Rina gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site, I found a new cute thing. So I needed this to dig it out. How could I believe that? You wouldn't believe it, would you? Rina's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rina's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes, it wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious. Wait, Ketchy-kun. That laugh. Rina didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rina got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape.
ついてくるなよ
Don't follow me!
それはできない相談だよ。
I can't do that. Let me see. Let me see what's happening. The thing is, I'll say how long left without too much of a spoiler. Good question, and I appreciate asking before. I mean, I'll say this. I don't think it's much of a spoiler. I'm just gonna kind of treat it the way, I know obviously I don't think you're here obviously for the Umineko streams, but like I'm not afraid of leaving at like really untimely cliffhangers if it's doing it. I'm still feeling fine enough. We'll still be going for a little bit more here tonight, so maybe we'll just naturally finish it if we are getting somewhat close to finishing. But in the off chance that it's like really close, then we might finish it. But if it, like I said, if we do get to a point where I stream for like another hour and a half and we don't finish, and then it's like awkwardly like 10 minutes left or something of reading, then we'll just cross that bridge when we get there, kind of thing. It's kind of how I view the thing, because I would rather, generally speaking, rather end on like a weird like kind of like awkward like time. I'd rather end awkwardly time than just be like try to necessarily potentially in most cases look
レナの
into
家もこっちだもん。
Wait, did I click on accident? Jesus. But yeah, so it's all good. We'll see. Maybe I'll still finish it. Like I said, we still have a little bit of time tonight. So did I auto advance the text? What did I do? I don't think I clicked. My hands were away from the desk. There was just a bit more. Oh, the fucking Disco Elysium stream. Was that because someone said that there was just a bit more? That's what it was, right? Someone was like, oh, you just have a bit more. And then I was like, okay, I'll just do it. And then, yeah, it was like a few more hours. It was fine, though. That was funny. Ketchy says, don't follow me, sure. And then Rena says, I can't do that. My house is this way after all. That faked like laugh was like, it's very reminiscent of like a very forced laugh. It's kind of a lot like Erica back in Umineko. Are they the same actors? Voice actors? Voice actresses? I don't know. That laugh just sounds very similar. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I just changed my route. Hey, what's up? That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I'd never been down and knew a little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth.
どうしてついてくるんだよ
Why are you following me? The tone of my voice is already tinged with terror.
ケイチ君とお話ししたいから。
Because I want to talk to Ketchi-kun.
ケイチ君もレナとお話ししたいんじゃないかな。
Ketchi-kun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? Doesn't he?
俺は何も話したいことなんかない
Wait, is my Disco Elysium finale unavailable on YouTube? Wait, why? Why is it missing? I can check real quick. Holy shit! It is blocked. When did that happen? Oh, we gotta investigate right now. Nope, I don't like this. Oh my god! No! Oh, when did that happen? That has to have been... Ah, fuck. Alright, we gotta... One sec. Because if I don't do it now... Actually... Okay, so the finale stream was almost 6 hours. It was just under 6 hours. But it is currently blocked due to copyright of 2 songs. What the hell? Dude? Actually, I'll fix this. I shouldn't do it right now. I should fix it after. Fuck, dude! I hate when that happens. Fuck, dude. I hate when the copyright... I truly don't care when, like, copyright, like, whatever, people, songs, then it's like they monetize the video or whatever, out of my control. I don't give a shit. When it, like, blocks it, fuck. I should be able to fix it. It's fine. Sorry for derailing stream. No, you're good. I'd rather actually know. Because usually I stay on top of the copyright notices I get. That must have slipped by me and I just didn't know. And that must have been recent because, like, that video has views. That was up for a while. That's dumb. Anyway. Fuck. No, it's good that I know now. I'd rather go and fix it. Ketchy says, I don't want to talk about anything with you.
嘘だよね。
That's a lie, isn't it?
相談したいこときっとあるはずだよ。
There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there?
ない。
Not at all!
レナと話すことなんか何もないよ。
I have nothing I want to talk to you about.
嘘だよね。
She says, that's a lie, isn't it?
嘘じゃないよ。
It's not a lie.
嘘だ。
Rina's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. Just run away from the weird girl.
話しようよ、ケイチ君。
Let's talk, Ketchi-kun.
お話。
Talk.
お話。
Talk. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street?
ケイチ君には悩んでることがあるんじゃないかな。
Doesn't Ketchi-kun have something he's worried about?
ないよ。
Nothing at all.
何も悩んでない。
I'm not worried about anything.
嘘だ。
Lies! Even though I was running, even though Rina was walking, why wasn't I getting any farther away?
わかるよ。わかる。
She's a ghost. I know. I know.
レナはわかるよ。
I really do know.
怖いんだよね、ケイチ君。
You're scared, aren't you, Kichi-kun?
怖くなんかない。
I'm not scared.
何も怖いことなんか。
I'm not scared of anything.
嘘だ。
Lies! I don't have the voice. I don't have the throat to do the fake laugh, forced laugh too well. My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rina wasn't even breaking a sweat.
レナだけは相談に乗ってあげられるよ。
I'll listen.
今度こそ乗ってあげられる。
This time I'll listen. I had no idea what she was talking about, or what exactly she wanted to do.
今度こそ相談に乗ってあげられる。
This time I'll listen.
サトシ君の時とは違うもの。
It'll be different from the time with Satoshi-kun. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Rina was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
サトシ君も悩んでた。
Satoshi-kun was worried too.
辛そうだった。
It looked like he was having such a hard time.
でもレナは相談に乗ってあげられなかった。
But I didn't listen.
とても悲しかった。
I was so sad. Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction toward my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window.
サトシ君が転校しちゃった時ね、本当に後悔したんだよ。
I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out.
レナが相談に乗ってあげれば、サトシ君は転校せずに済んだかもしれないって。
I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out.
すごく後悔した。
I really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting further away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm.
だからね、誓ったの。
So you see, I vowed.
もしもサトシ君みたいに苦しんでる人にもう一度会えたなら、レナが助けてあげようって。もう人が転校するところは見たくないな。
I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun did, I'd save them. Don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Laugh, 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 laugh. Damn it. What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. The way they keep saying, like, oh, transferred, and Rina's being like, oh, you know, it was so troubling, and if only I had listened and stuff like that. It very much seems like transferred in the quotes is being used as a term for killed themselves. I won't end up the same as Satoshi.
さあ、ケイチ君、レナに話して。
Come on, Kichi-kun, talk to me.
レナはきっとケイチ君を理解してあげられるよ。
I'll be able to understand you, Kichi-kun.
レナだけはケイチ君の味方。
I'm your ally. I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought.
悩みがなくなればきっとケイチ君も元通り。
If Kichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about, he'll go back to normal.
みんなとも仲良しに戻れて、また楽しく部活ができるよ。
Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again.
今度は一緒に組んでみーちゃんをやっつけようね。
Oh my god, the laughs are trying to escape the box. Next time we'll team up and beat Mi-chan. Laugh, 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 laugh. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Rina couldn't even imagine how much I'd wished I could turn back the clock in these past few days.
レナともきっと仲良しに戻れるよ。
You could be nice to me again, too.
また一緒に宝探しに行きたいね。
I want to go searching for treasure again.
今度はお弁当も作っていくよ。
This time I'll prepare a nice lunch.
なんなら今から宝探しでもいいよ。
Actually, we could just go right now.
行こうよ、一緒にダム現場。
Let's go up to the dam site again. Or let's go to the dam site together. Do I think Keshi might do that? No, so that's the thing. I don't think that's got that. I don't think Keshi taking himself out is in the possibility at this point. But I was just saying, like, at the very least, that sounded like Satoshi. That's what his result was for whatever reason. It just seemed, I don't know. But yes, I would definitely say someone is dying at the hands of someone else, it feels. I just don't know which way. I feel like it's a toss-up either way.
見つけたばかりの可愛いの、ケイチ君にも見せてあげるね。
I'll show you the cute things I just found.
きっとケイチ君も気に入るよ。
Colonel Sanders. I'm sure you'll like it too. Laugh, 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 laugh. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rina's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rina. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. Didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumpled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rina was already standing right in front of me. Like, the half-body sprite this close to you is very unsettling also. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rina was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, couldn't even sense if her heart was beating.
何が怖いのかな。
Are you afraid of something, I wonder?
怯えるなんてケイチ君らしくないよ。
It's not like you to tremble, Kechi-kun. Oh, her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rina's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then as both of her hands met above her head, the hatchet that she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do.
教えてくれ。
Tell me,
サトシはどうなったんだよ。
what happened to Satoshi? Rina stayed like that, with the hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions.
言ったよ。
I told you.
サトシ君は転校したの。
Satoshi-kun transferred out.
その転校ってのをやめろよ。
Enough of that transfer crap.
鬼隠しってことなんだろ。
It means demoned away, doesn't it?
そうだろ。
Doesn't it?
もう教えてくれたっていいだろ。
You can tell me now, can't you?
サトシを消したのは誰だよ。
Who made Satoshi disappear?
エラか
Was it you?
ミオンか
Mion?
それとも村の誰かが
Or someone in the village?
答えろよ。
Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rina did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face.
ケイチ君が何を言ってるかわからないな。
I have no idea what Kechi-kun is talking about.
じゃあ分かるように言ってやる。
I'll say it in a way so you do.
連続開始事件の犯人は誰だ。
Who is the perpetrator? This chain of mysterious deaths.
ケイチ君は勘違いしてるよ。
You seem to be confused, Kechi-kun.
え
What?
人間の犯人なんかいない。
There is no human perpetrator.
すべてはお社様が決めることだもの。
Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will.
お社様のたたりなんて迷信だろ。
Isn't Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition?
レナは信じてるってのか。
You believe in that too?
信じるとか信じないとかじゃない。
It's not about believing or not.
お社様はいるの。
Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Rina's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything.
お社様なんているわけが。
There's just no way that something like Oyashiro-sama could exist.
ケイチ君は信じないの。
You don't believe me?
お社
Or you don't believe?
様。
In Oyashiro-sama?
信じられるはずないだろ。
There's no way I could believe it.
そんなのいるわけがない。
There's no way it could exist.
いるよ。
It exists.
お社様。
Oyashiro-sama exists.
ケイチ君だって身近に感じてるはずだよ。
Kechi-kun should have felt it personally.
そんなもの感じたことないよ。
I never felt something like that.
ケイチ君さ、誰かに謝られたことない？
Keshi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before?
それもずっと。
Constantly? On top of that? All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rina's voice resounded, loudly and terribly.
それはね、許してもらえるまでずっとついてくるの。
You see, till you forgive them, they'll always be with you.
学校へも、
At school,
お家へも、
at home,
枕元へも。
at your bedside. I couldn't understand what Rina was saying.
レナのところへも来たんだよ。
It came to me too.
お社様。
Oyashiro-sama did.
だからレナは転校してひなみ沢に帰ってきたの。
That's why I transferred, came back to Hinamizawa. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rina saying?
ケイチ君のところにもお社様来てるんじゃない？
Hasn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Keshi-kun?
きっと相談に乗れるのは私だけ。
I'm probably the only one who you can confide in.
ケイチ君を転校なんかさせないから。
I won't let you transfer out, okay? Ha 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 ha. Rina's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rina saying Oshiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I had heard about that when I asked about Rina.
他言無用でお願いします。
Please keep this confidential.
また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。
Also, part of this may be speculation.
すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。
Not all of it may be true.
よろしいですね。
Are you still interested? Oishi-san began speaking.
被害者も学校も告訴していないので、調書がないのです。
Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no preliminary report.
つまり、警察が関与してないわけなんですよ。
Basically, police hadn't intervened in this matter.
ですから、詳細は関係者からの聞き取りのみなのです。
So all these details are just what I heard from those involved.
つまり、信憑性が高くない。
Meaning it's not that credible.
被害者って言いましたか？
You said there were victims?
レナはガラスを割っただけじゃないんですか？
Didn't Rina just break all the windows?
いえ、男子生徒が3人ほどリュウグウレナに殴られています。
No. Rina Ryugu had attacked 3 boys,
金属バットでです。
using a metal bat.
2人はあざで済みましたが、1人は片目に後遺症を残すほどの大怪我をしたそうです。
2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged.
それって傷害事件じゃないんですか？
Wouldn't that be considered assault?
警察は逮捕とかしないんですか？
Shouldn't the police have arrested her?
どういうわけか、被害者が告発しないんですよ。
For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges.
警察に届け出がないので。
There was no report to the police, so they were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation. But why? Didn't they press charges?
被害者の男子生徒3人にもそれぞれ話を聞こうとしましたが、全員口が重いんです。
I tried asking the 3 male victims for their side of the story, but they were all reluctant.
こう言ってはなんですが、怯えてるんですよ。
It's hard to say, but they were all afraid,
彼女が転校した今でも。
even after she had transferred schools.
大石さん、
Oishi-san,
話を最初から整理して話してくれませんか？
could you summarize it starting from the beginning? Rina hit people while she broke the windows, or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
某月某日、
On an undisclosed date,
リュウグウレナは親しい男子生徒3人と一緒にプール倉庫のあたりで話をしていました。
Rina Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers, near the pool storage shed.
その3人って何者ですか？
Who were those 3?
個人名は伏せますが、3人ともリュウグウレナととても親しい仲良しグループだったそうです。
I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Rina Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends.
彼女はこう言ってんだったんですな。
She was a lone girl in their group, so it wasn't that strange that the 4 of them were together.
それでどうなったんです？
So what happened?
理由はわかりません。
I don't know the reason why.
リュウグウレナはプール倉庫脇にあった野球部のバットを手に取り、3人を次々に殴り倒しました。
She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down one after the other.
え？
What? There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rina and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather, they usually met up there. Appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rina underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them hadn't comprehended what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Then she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on scene and subdued her.
レナに起こった変化って何ですか？
What was this change Rina underwent?
3人の証言で一致するのは突然人が変わった。
What matches up in the statements from the three was a sudden change.
表変したという点です。
The point that there was a transformation.
表変
Transformation? I also could recall Rina's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rina that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rina.
その表変っていうのはたびたびあったことなんですか？
That transformation they're talking about, had it happened before?
いえ、そういうのは全くなかったそうです。
No, there was nothing like that.
私も調べられる限り、彼女の過去や病歴等を追ってみましたが、見つけることはできませんでした。
No, there was nothing like that. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that.
そのレナみたいに突然人が変わる現象って結構あるんですか？
Does that happen often, where people change suddenly like Rina did?
もちろんありますよ。
Of course it does.
精神的なものから性格的なものまでたくさんあります。
There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that.
ではレナには潜在的に表変する要素があったってことですか？
Then, you're saying there was a dormant element in Rina that caused that transformation?
断言はできません。
I cannot say that for certain.
ですが、リュウグウ・レナをよく知る友人たちからの証言では、とても彼女にそういう要素があるようには思えません。
But according to the statements of her friends, it's hard to believe that she had such a side to her. Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred her, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I, myself, sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rina, even now.
そしてどうなったんですか？
Then, what happened after that?
学校の正面が病院でしたので、3人はすぐに病院に担ぎ込まれ、手当てを受けました。
There was a hospital right across from the school, so the three of them were carried in and treated quickly.
レナは
What about Rina?
警察は
What about the police?
どうして警察沙汰にならなかったんですか？
Why wasn't there a criminal investigation?
警察は呼ばれなければ関与はできませんからね。
You see, police can't get involved unless they're called.
一人は後遺症を残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないんですか？
Even though one was badly injured with permanent damage?
どうして訴えないんです？
Why didn't they file charges?
私もそこは引っかかりました。
That's what caught my attention as well.
何かの圧力、もしくは脅迫があったのか。
Either some threat or pressure was placed on them.
それとも、訴えたくても訴えられない理由があったのか。
Or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to.
もちろん大石さんのことですから調べたんですよね。
We're talking about you after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you?
ねえ、まあ。
Well, yeah.
ですが、初めに言いましたよね。
But I told you at the beginning, didn't I?
被害者たちの口がとにかく重いのです。
That the victims were all very reluctant to talk?
触れたがらないというか、関わりたくないというか。
They didn't want to touch on the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here in Oyashiro-sama's curse.
学校の先生とかからは何も聞けなかったんですか？
Did the teacher at that school tell you anything?
学校は聖域なんですよ。
A school is hollowed ground.
隠蔽体質とでも言いますか。
You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps.
私も捜査令状を取ってませんから弱いんですよね。
I didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see.
じゃあ学校側はノーコメント？
Then there was no comment from the school?
いえ、
No.
事件の存在自体を否定しました。
They denied the incident even happened.
ですが某日、
It's just...
間違いなく病院に3人の男子生徒が打撲で担ぎ込まれたのは事実なんです。
3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day.
病院にその記録が残ってますので。
That's all there was in the hospital records.
被害者は語らず学校は否定する。
The victims didn't speak. The school denied it happened.
何もわからないじゃないですか。
Then you don't know anything at all.
ね
Yeah.
え、その事件があったという事実以上のことは何もわかりません。
I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. Let me see, what's this? The one thing that really stuck out to me was like, the line where it was like, oh, it was Rina and it was her 3 friends, and they were all guys, so it wasn't that weird that they were all, you know, hanging out. And then it's like, yeah, it's like the reverse situation here, where it's Kechi and the 4 friends are all girls. So that's the part that more stuck out to me. Oishi says, yeah, I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place.
被害者たちもこの事件が公になることを望んでいませんので、私と前原さん、私たち2人が忘れれば、事件はそのまま闇に消えるでしょうな。
The victims also wish this incident to be kept from the public, so if you and I both forget about it, Maiburu-san, then this incident will probably just fade away. For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case. But that was already just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with.
その後、学校を謹慎で休学します。
After that, she was suspended by the school.
そしてその間、神経科医のカウンセリングを受けました。
During that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling.
その医者からは何か聞けたんですか？
Did you hear anything from that doctor?
これがまた職業倫理のしっかりした尊敬すべき方でしてね。
Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics.
口が硬いんですよ。もうとにかく。
Or at least, very tight-lipped.
警察手帳を見せてもダメなんですか？
Nothing even after you showed them your badge?
書面で申請しろと言われました。
I was told to get a warrant.
手帳自体に法的拘束力は何もありませんからね。
The badge itself has no legally binding authority after all.
じゃあ、大石さんはどうやってレナがお社様のことを告白したことを知ったんですか？
Then how did you know that Rina confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it?
一部を聞いてた看護師さんがいましてね。
There was a nurse I asked in that department.
この方は手帳を見せただけで協力してくださいました。
She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge.
それで、なんと？
Then what did she say? Turns out that the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently all that she remembered was that she overheard from inside the room.
看護師さんが言うには、その時の竜宮レナはとても淡々としていて、落ち着いていたそうです。
The nurse said that at the time, Rina Ryogo was very calm and mild-mannered. It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rina for a while.
例のお社様の話はどこで出てきたんですか？
The part with Oyashiro-sama, when did that pop up?
途中です。
Partway through.
その名前を突然叫んだのです。
She screamed the name suddenly.
だから看護師さんもびっくりして聞き耳を立てたのです。
That startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in.
お社様です。
It was Oyashiro-sama! Rina suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor, calmly and collectedly, asked Rina to have a seat.
そのお社様というのは何ですか？
What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good, patient listener.
ひなみ沢を捨てた人は必ずお社様に追われるんです。
Whoever abandons Hinamizawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama.
そしてとうとう私のところにも来たんです。
And it's finally gotten to me.
竜宮さんが今のお家に引っ越される前に住んでいた町ですね。
That's the town you lived in before you moved here. Isn't that right, Ryugu-san?
私は引っ越したくなかったけど、お母さんとお父さんの都合で仕方なく引っ越しました。
I didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to.
お社様は許してくれなかったんです。
But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it.
竜宮さんはきっとひなみ沢にもお友達がたくさんいたんでしょうね。
Higurashi must have lots of friends in Hinamizawa.
今でも懐かしいんじゃないですか。
Even now, you must be missing them dearly, don't you think?
帰りたい。
I want to go back.
ひなみ沢に帰りたい。
Back to Hinamizawa.
帰りたいんじゃない。帰らなきゃいけない。
No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back.
本当はもっと早くに帰らなきゃいけなかった。
I should have gone back much sooner.
でももうダメ。
But now it's too late.
お社様が来てしまった。
Oyashiro-sama has come.
お社様というのはそのひなみ沢の神様なんですね。
Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in Hinamizawa, isn't that right?
誰でも知ってるひなみ沢の守り神様なんです。
Everyone knows it's Hinamizawa's guardian deity.
それでひなみ沢を捨てて出て行こうとすると罰を当てるんです。
If you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa by leaving, you'll incur its wrath.
竜宮さんが引っ越しをされたのはもうずいぶん前ですよね。
You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you?
では今になってその神様がやってきたとい
Then,
うことですか。
then it was just now that this god had arrived, is what you're saying.
信じないでしょうけどお社様はいるんです。
You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama exists. That nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered.
お社様がか。
That it was Oyashiro-sama's doing, right?
確かにひなみ沢にはそういう迷信があります。
I do believe that there is a kind of superstition in Hinamizawa.
里を捨てて出ていくとお社様の罰が当たるという。
That if you leave the village, then you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath.
この辺りは前原さんもすでにご存知ですよね。
You should be familiar with this part, Maibara-san. I knew very well that those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they caused the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters and leading advocates for the dam, were cursed to their death. But this is the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village.
初耳です。
This is my first time hearing that.
村の外敵がたたられるのはわかりますが、どうして出ていく村人まで。
I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave?
普通出ていくものはたたられないものじゃないんですか。
Normally, people who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, were they? Oshi-san pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again.
ひなみ沢が大昔鬼ヶ淵と呼ばれていたという話はしましたよね。
Well, I told you of long ago when Hinamizawa was called Onigafuchi, didn't I? I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as a village of demons.
麓の村人たちは鬼たちを崇めていました。
The villagers at the foot of the mountains worshipped the demons.
で、鬼ヶ淵は神聖な土地なので絶対に不可侵。
So, Onigafuchi was hallowed ground that you could never enter.
むやみに立ち入るとお社様のたたりがあるとされてきたんです。
It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Those who set foot in Onigafuchi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I could understand that.
それはわかります。
I know that.
でも出ていくのまでダメってのは。
But for leaving to also be no good, that's...
鬼たちもまたですね。
Also, the demons you see.
属性に出ていかないようお社様に厳しく見張られていたんだとか。
They were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama, so they would not enter into our world.
つまりお社様っていうのは属性と鬼ヶ淵の交流を禁じていたんでしょうな。
In other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Onigafuchi and the rest of the world. I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was.
つまりお社様ってのは守り神ってよりも監視者なんですね。
So basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protective deity, I guess?
この地を外界から隔離しようとする。
Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world.
そんな感じになるんでしょうな。
I guess that's how it would seem.
すみません。私も詳しくないんです。
I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself.
この辺りはばあ様の受け売りでして。
This is mostly what was passed on to me from my mother. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So, because Rina originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements of being cursed.
つまりレナは望まない引っ越しをしたためお社様のたたりにあったとそう話しているわけですか。
So that means, because Rina moved away against the wishes, she was cursed by Oyashiro-sama? Is that what it adds up to?
要約するとそういう意味なんでしょうな。
In short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess.
実際この後しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越していますから。
As a matter of fact, soon afterwards they did move back to Hinamizawa, after all. Those who abandoned Hinamizawa and left were cursed. But then, why only Rina? Shouldn't Rina's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. Let me see that line again. Okay, I just wanted to reread that. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Wada Nagashi. I don't like saying at most, though.
まあとにかく
Well, anyways,
わからないことだらけなんですよ。
there's a lot I still don't know.
お社様のたたりがどうだったにせよ、クラスメートを金属バットで殴った理由にはなりませんし、被害者が訴えない理由にもなりません。
Even if it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, it doesn't explain Rina beating her classmates with a metal bat or why the victims wouldn't press charges.
まさか前原さんも恐ろしいたたりが起こって被害者たちがすくみ上がったなんてこと信じるわけないですよね。
You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you? Of course, I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I had just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rina made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Rina as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon which she had used at the time of that horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding on to a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. Couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rina? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rina was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. And finally, me. I couldn't call it a coincidence myself. Just making up words. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rina, Satoshi, and finally, me. Could it be that I really was under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No. More important than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rina was fine. Fine? Rina had undergone a change. I can only believe that there was something that wasn't Rina residing within her. And, here, right now, it was standing before me. Oh my god, back to this.
教えてくれ。
We had quite the aside there, and then it's like, oh yeah, this is also happening still. Rina, please tell me.
俺はどうなるんだよ。
What'll happen to me? Rina stood imposingly, not answering.
サトシは消えた。
Satoshi disappeared.
だけどレナは消えなかった。
But Rina didn't disappear.
じゃあ俺はどうなるんだよ。
So, what'll happen to me? Ah ha 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 ha. I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling.
大丈夫だよ。
Don't worry,
レナが助けてあげるから。
I'll save you. Rina took one step forward, still holding the hatchet, high above her head.
さあ、
Now then. One step closer, Rina's face spread out to fill my vision.
話して。
Speak. One step closer. Rina's nose was close enough to touch mine and was still pushing closer.
話したいことがあるんだよね。レナが聞いてあげる。
There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen.
助けてあげるから。ね、
I'll save you, okay?
話してね。
Speak, okay?
話してね。
Speak, okay? I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It wasn't all I could do. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rina. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end, because when the laughing ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast, even I couldn't believe it, and pushed Rina away with both hands. Oh shit, action scene. Rina was as light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the hatchet, she was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was a perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rina. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter, that simulacrum of Rina coming from behind me. What a word. It rang through the trees in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment, I was bewildered by the scenery I felt I knew but couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was a damn sight. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. Yeah, really, for sure. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back looking for an excuse to rest. Rina wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rina, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. This better not be fucking Tomotage-san somehow, and the blonde-haired lady. Is he back from the dead? He's a shambling corpse. Oh my god! But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of a group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, Unless I hurried up, Rina would catch up with me. That's right. I was going to run. Deciding that the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I jumped to the conclusion that Rina was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need fear anything else. But right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village, telling prey floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening, unable to shake Rina off as she slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, the straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuer's arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calming down, Kechi Maibara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me. And then... Don't think about that, Kechi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you still can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or go with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. No! What? The two of them were clearly startled. Momentarily losing sight of me, both their outstretched arms, ready to grab me, instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him, being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been, and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking down was enough to scare me away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. Yeah, he didn't ID the man. It's just he got a random battle encounter with a rando. This made me certain, like, I think it was saying it was adults. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier dealing with Rina. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? Next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard. It's fine, if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat, and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then I'd just have to settle with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. A critical hit, you could say. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance, in this position, in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. Don't you just hate it when grainy soil gets in your face? It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, and I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off me, couldn't run, couldn't fight back. Dire straits. Couldn't even come up with the phrase that adequately described my situation. What? It feels like I was just reading a choose your own path adventure, and I chose like a bad ending. It feels like I chose the wrong path, and the story just ended. Like, that's what it honestly feels like. A familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot throughout my entire body. Yeah, I guess we keep going. I'm fine with going. Oh no! Rina! Back! 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 Get away! Rina says, feeling alright? I think you'd better just lie down for a bit. Why was Rina in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries. But Rina's smile belonged to the Rina I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed thinking that this version of Rina was safe. Why am I... Don't you remember? After losing consciousness, nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you better just lie down until then. I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor. But knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. I don't know, I wouldn't trust anyone coming over. Honestly. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I want to know. What happened? I'm sorry, muted myself, I was sneezing. When I got there, Keiichi-kun was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by two weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rina to be nursing me. I thought Rina was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rina's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help?
ケイチ君、覚えてないの？
Don't you remember, Kichi-kun? Rina appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile.
レナはケイチ君に肩を貸しただけだよ。
I only propped you up on my shoulder.
大丈夫、自分で歩けるってケイチ君が。
You said you could walk on your own and that you were fine.
覚えてない？
You don't remember? I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness.
二人組はどうした？
What about those two? Huh?
レナが来た時、俺と一緒に、あるいはそばに二人組の男が。
When you got there, Rina, the ones with me, or rather, those two guys,
いなかったよ。
there wasn't anyone. She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at that time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rina, but if I did that, then this kind Rina might transform into the scary Rina who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rina would even have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rina was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. Oh boy. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rina was still Rina, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rina stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep.
トイレに行きたいんだけどな。
I'd like to go to the bathroom, though.
ごめん。
Sorry. Rina couldn't say anything else. While Rina stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It must have been the doctor Rina had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption. Oh no, and regretted it almost instantly.
ミオン。
Mion?
あれ元気そうだね。
Oh, you look just fine.
倒れてたって言うから様子見に来たんだけど。
I heard you collapsed, so came to check up on you.
なんで俺が倒れてたって知ってるんだよ。
How did you know I collapsed?
レナが電話してきたから。
I heard from Rina over the phone.
他に理由が必要？
Do I need any reason other than that? I understood why she would call a doctor, but why Mion too? Rina was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ、ケイちゃん大丈夫そうだよ。
Rina, doesn't Kichan look pretty alright?
たく、心配して損した。
Sheesh, you made me worry for nothing.
そうだね。
That's true.
レナも心配して損したかな。
Maybe I worried for nothing as well. They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them.
うわ、なにこの下駄箱。
Whoa, what's up with the shoe rack?
どうしてたの？
How did it get like this? The shoe rack that I smashed to pieces and had been like that since yesterday.
転んでさ。
I fell, you see.
その拍子に持ってたバットで叩いちゃったんだよ。
And the bat I was holding at the time slammed into it.
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
This is what happens when you swing around something you're not used to handling. I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself.
でもこれじゃおばさまたちが帰ってきたらびっくりしちゃうね。
But leaving it like this will really startle your parents when you get home.
後でレナが片付けておくね。
I'll fix it up for you later.
さあ、ほらケイちゃん。
Now, come on, Kichan.
重病人なんだからちゃんと寝てないとダメだよ。
The terminally ill need the rest.
さあさあ、お布団に戻った。
Come, come. Back in bed, back in bed. I am uncomfortable with these two being in my house. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed back into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rina. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary. Rina! Did you call the director? Yep. Right after I called Mi-chan. He said he'd be right over. Director? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Rina called a doctor, then called Mion. And after that, she called a director? Who was this director? Since Rina and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you two talking about? Who's this director? Didn't you know, Ki-chan? We mean the director when we say director. Like the director of a movie. Or like a foreman of a construction site. I dug through all my memories of for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rina had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident. The dismemberment at the dam construction site. The foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does that director have to do with me? You said he was coming. Did you mean in my house? I asked one obvious question after another. But all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. I love to smile coolly at people. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rina and Mion were talking about. Ki-chan, you've gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the director will be happy to hear that. So, who is this director? The capital D director is the lowercase director. Lowercase d, director. So who is this director? Blah, 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 blah. That was the first time we saw, I think, double attributions. Rina and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. Oh, there's the word, our favorite word in this story, haughtily. Increase the haughtily counter. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly. Oh yeah. We should finish up before the director comes. You remember, don't you, Ki-chan? Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story. Remember? Remember what? Keiichi-kun, had he forgotten, I wonder? About the penalty? About the penalty! Did you really forget? Oh god, the homework with the mochi? The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rina made. You You forgot about that homework, didn't you? I certainly did have that homework. But I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle. So I wasn't able to answer which one Rina made. The penalty for that? Why now? Ha 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 ha. No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane. Strange. Incomprehensible. Being chased by Rina. Attacked by strange men. The penalty Mion and Rina were talking about. What were these two laughing at? It didn't take that long for me to realize I'd been dragged into an abnormal situation. Oh, is this like when people like pay for like situations to get like kidnapped? Like you can pay a company to go like kidnap like a friend of yours or something, and then like put them through like torturous situations or whatever, and then it's like you know what I'm talking about. Like I don't know what you would call it, but like you put your friend through like a fake like torture situation or kidnapping situation. In a small village in 80s Japan? Sure. They don't have like PS5s and iPhones. So they gotta make up fun somehow, you know? They gotta like all the rage back in the 80s. Terrify your friends. Who were these two? I don't know. That's just where my brain is like going, because they're like, what if the penalty was like this long drawn out, like, because they take their games really seriously, right? So what if like, I don't know, you lose the game, Catchy? We're gonna make some two rando stranger people beat the shit out of you. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rina and Mion? Rina had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? What are you doing? Don't move. This is your penalty. Now, to be fair, I was literally just talking about the strangers, the two people at the construction site beating them up. I'm not saying all of the crazy shit that's been happening. I wasn't necessarily going like that. I wasn't attributing everything to the penalty for the mochi thing, but you're right. It wouldn't make much sense timeline-wise if I was attributing everything, seeing as the mochi incident was part of the weirdness. Rina says, don't move. This is your penalty. That laugh. My body. I need more bullets. My body. I said that weirdly. My body was already very sluggish, and Rina pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength. It would have been impossible for the Rina that I knew. Then, these thin, frail arms grasped me firmly. Whose arms were they? Kei-chan, no struggling. Club rule number... doesn't matter which one. You can't fight against the penalty. Mion, no, that thing that looked like Mion, spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion. Need to finish this up before the director comes. Who is this director, man? Who's the director? Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it.
なんだよそれ。
What is that? It was... It's gonna be Colonel Sanders. Oh, damn it. It was a small syringe. It was a small, clear syringe. The kind of doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Rena held me even tighter, and I could hear that clattering laughter. It no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that Rena I knew. It wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena was their set real laugh. Hello. Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer. And that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times. You got a fucking needle? Oh god, you're just hitting everything. Don't worry, don't worry.
痛くないから痛くないから。
It won't hurt, it won't hurt.
何をする気だよ。
What are you planning on doing?
これは一体何の真似だよ。
What kind of sick joke is this?
ケイちゃん、何言ってんだか。
What are you saying, Ki-chan?
分かってんでしょ。
You know exactly what's going on, don't you?
何が？
About what?
俺には何が何やらさっぱりわからねえよ。
I don't understand any of this at all.
知ってるくせに。
I know you know.
今さらかまととぶられてもな。
No use playing the fool this late in the game.
わけのわからないことを言って俺を煙に巻くのはやめろ。
Stop talking nonsense to try and confuse me.
富武さんと同じ目に遭ってもらう。
You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. What? The same as Tomitake-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the syringe?
ケイチ君、とぼけてるね。
You're playing dumb, Kechi-kun.
うすうすは気づいてたくせに。
You should have realized it by now. Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean? The same as Tomitake-san.
みんな初めはひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。
Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run.
ですが、意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。
Except when the officer got close to check if he was still alive, he soon noticed it wasn't a normal situation.
喉がね、引き裂かれていたんですよ。
His throat was scratched out.
No-
Oh
ナイフと
no.
か？
Oh no, they're inject me with the... Because we talked about, or we got in the... Earlier in the... Maybe in the tips, maybe in the game proper, the whole... Was there a drug that made him claw his throat out? From a knife or something? No.
爪でした。
Nails. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those gouged though? With those gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen...
薬物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. That's right. Police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system.
警察は富武さんの遺体から薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ。
The police told me they didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's body. Gue. Gue, gue, gue. Gue, gue, gue. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning, the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist? If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Toмотake-san. Become hysterical, scratching out my throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him? Just give up? Alright then? Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of that ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she was as if she was brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my hand, or head, and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. I can't just give up here. No! I gotta keep going. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. I'm too gripped. I'm too gripped right now by this. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly, I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities. Okay, make sure I read that right. How long had I been squatting here? Oh, what's this? I'm looking at this. Do I plan on playing the other chapters? Yes. You mean as opposed to me just reading chapter 1 and then just being like, nah, it's not for me? I don't mean that as a rude question. I don't mean that like... I don't mean that as like a... Like, that's a silly question. That's not... I just laughed because in my head, I envisioned me just being like, you know what? I am good with chapter 1. Just like, you know what, I'm done. No, I plan on reading all chapters. This is a full year project on the channel here. I guess what I should say is all chapters have been purchased. They're sitting on my Steam library waiting for me to read as I progress. If that's what you mean. Now, if you mean other chapters, maybe it's a poorly worded, and you mean like other chapters like console arcs, like console exclusive arcs and stuff like that, maybe. The plan is apparently yes as well. That would obviously be after the main 8 chapters, though. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? Although I think it would be very funny for me to finish. Now the funny thing would be for me to just finish chapter 1 and be like, you know what, guys? I'm not doing it anymore. No. Just as I did with Umineko last year, I'm going to be doing all of Higurashi. Or has it been hours? Sorry. So let me see. So I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my sense, my entire room had changed drastically. Numbness in my head had gone, and slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. So are we going to see him, like, claw his fucking neck out? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time had passed. Or, that's how little time passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with the madness from before, only a dull silence. Rina wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was a hallucination? There's no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Rina and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. I guess a terrible ordeal was a hallucination. What is Nikopara? Do I need to... Should I look this up? Neither Rina nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do it. Something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. It's a Catgirl adult visual novel. Ah, I'll add it to the backlog list. Ah, that sounds right up my alley. Alright, let's abandon Higurashi. All in favor? Say aye. Why? Question mark. It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone. Not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood-stained... Wait. Why was it sad? I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating. Mion was sprawled. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smear on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rina. That same Rina was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. What the hell happened? Couldn't comprehend what had happened. Me and Kechi want to know what happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat. I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in that house. What? Looking at this objectively, couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right. Kechi Maibara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there's so much. Neither Rina nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood. Nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Are they dead? Both of them. The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface, I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Kechi Maibara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. I tried to do it. That sound effect you hear is me tilting my head back. Or throwing my head back. Once. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. I too like to relax and take some deep breaths when I kill some people. I see. When I was getting up the last stream, part 5, up on YouTube, and I just checked to make sure things are audio works and everything. I love how at the very start of the stream, the one phrase I said was, it made me laugh when I reheard it. It was like, "Don't take this out of context, but I love killing kids," or whatever. It's like, oh my god. Color came back to my vision and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remember what happened when I blacked out. Rina and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rina as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rina tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Weep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No. I wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just, the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it, didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this, though, this, the scene right before my eyes, was still so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls. The two of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. Couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them collapsed here in Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rina's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning, my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The Dr. Rina called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered. Besides the doctor, the director had been called. It was easy to imagine that there was someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rina and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Ketchimaibara. It's not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. Uh-oh. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van? Wait, was that the van that tried to run him over? No mistaking it. That van. The one that had tried to run me down? The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. undoubtedly, they'd just break the window and enter. I need to get out of here somehow. Then, use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. But before all that, there's one thing that I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live, and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oishiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why there was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I read those couple lines weird. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I never thought a piece of torn, college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rina and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the directors from the past incidents, and the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. The very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. Police should have confirmed the police should have confirmed that death, ? But Rina and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. Police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? Shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I needed to write. Tomotake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. That drug is an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt. Just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe into the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly. Firmly. Ding dong. The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore. But even still, there was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you are reading this, then I'm probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse, or being demoned away, you, who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back onto the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rina and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rina? Mion?
俺、みんなのこと、本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores. About if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go, or a safety net. That was all that I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me, everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rina and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there's nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oishiro-sama. Regardless, both Rina and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. But they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means were employed to force them. And there was no way such a thing as being possessed by Oishiro-sama could happen in reality. Then, did the real Rina and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rina and Mion, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rina and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit, that I'd beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rina and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rina and Mion, I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rina for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake, for the sake of the late Rina and Mion, I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again, as if to urge me on. Behind this single, solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen, headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one? After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly so as to not make a sound. Oh, fuck. There he is! The back door! A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Ketchy. One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. Probably had no complaints whatsoever. So of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran. Just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I'd be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran. So far away. At full speed. Just run. I'm just gonna run out of fear and nothing else. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something. And then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? It's not a good cicada sound. Quack, 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 quack. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So, I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Like, I'm setting a hard out at basically, like, 1 for myself. Oh. Oh. I thought that was going to tell me that it was over. Right as I was saying that. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why did smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little more respect. Oh, we got a new guy! Why would you discard the 5 manzu there? It's just decreasing your options. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the Mahjong magazine called Next Turn. I love when new people are introduced, especially at the end of a chapter. Seemingly the end of the chapter. You're still in Tenpai if you cut the 5 manzu. Oh man, I love Mahjong terms that I'm unfamiliar with. If you're betting on a Haichi, whatever I'm trying, then shouldn't you be going on with a Mangan? Just made up terms.
Kuma-chan, 川を見てください.
Kuma-chan, look at the pond.
ウーマンは全員切ってますから安牌なんですよ.
They all discarded a 5 manzu. It's a safe tile.
終盤で K 点に走った誰かがダマで待ってたら嫌でしょ?
You'd hate if, at the end game, someone was sitting on a tenpai at the last turn, wouldn't you? The kid let out another groan, put out a cigarette, then took out another one. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options?
ちなみに配定で当たり牌出しても論しちゃダメですよ.
By the way, can't call Ron with your winning tile in that high whatever. What? Why is that? Just then, I heard a voice coming from down the hall. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian.
ありゃこりゃどうも.
Oishi, get to that fucking phone, please. Whoa, ain't that something? Well, see you soon. Why can't you call Ron on it?
あ、待ってくださいよ、大石さん。
Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver.
外線です。
Outside line.
講習から。
From a payphone.
どうもすいません。
Oh, why thank you.
お待たせしました。大石です。
Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi.
もしもし。
Who is it?
大石さんですか。
Oishi-san.
もしもし。
Hello?
前原さんじゃありませんか。
If it isn't Maibara-san.
どうもどうも。こんにちは。
Why, good evening. From the tone Maibara-kun's voice. From the tone of? There might be an of missing there. I already knew he was in a predicament. So the first time Maibara-kun had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone.
落ち着いてください。
Please, calm down.
何がありました？
Did something happen?
その、
His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone.
何があったんです？
What happened?
俺。
That's good noises, I think.
落ち着いて前原さん。
Calm down, Maibara-san.
今そこに近場の警官を行かせます。
I can have the local officers head to your location.
私もすぐそっちに行きますよ。
I'll be there soon, too.
その、多分、無理です。
I think that's impossible. Probably because he's been sent to the Shadow Realm. He cannot discern his current location. The penalty game has finally caught up to him. His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as he was making this call, was he?
前原さんは今公衆電話からかけてますよね。
Maibara-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right?
どこの公衆電話ですか？
Where's that payphone? There's no other sounds besides Maibara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamizawa, phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines.
落ち着いて前原さん。
Calm down, Maibara-san.
今どういう状況なんです？
What is your current situation? It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Maibara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maibara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maibara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
かかりすぎです。
That's too long.
警らには何人乗ってます？
How many officers are in there?
2人です。
2. Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there were likely quite a few people surrounding Maibara-kun. 5 minutes was too long.
南沢の駐在さんには電話しました。
Did you call the officer stationed in Hinamizawa?
定時巡回の時間です。
He's scheduled to be on patrol.
家人は留守で連絡不能。
They're currently out. It'll be impossible to contact them.
そう。
God damn!
熊ちゃん、車を回してください。
Kuma-chan, bring the car around.
了解っす。
Understood.
もしもし。
Hello?
大石さん。
Oishi-san. Bleh, bleh. Sounds like me.
もしもし。
Hello?
大丈夫です。
It's alright.
ちゃんと聞こえてますよ。
I can hear you loud and clear. There's something wrong with Maibara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
前原さん、今そこに警官が向かってます。
Maibara-san, the police are on their way.
2、3分で到着しますから何とか持ちこたえてください。
You'll be there in a couple of minutes, so hold on somehow.
もしもし、
Hello?
聞こえてますか？
Can you hear me?
前原さん。
Maibara-san! I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head.
前原さん。
Maibara-san,
犯人は誰です？
who is the culprit?
何人なんです？
How many are there?
俺も。 最初は人間が犯人なんだと思います。
I thought at first the culprit was human. But I couldn't tell if it was a cough or vomiting.
大丈夫ですか、前原さん。
Are you alright, Maibara-san?
犯人は人間なんだって。お社様のたたりなんかないんだって。そう思ってました。
I thought that the culprit was a person and not Oishiro-sama's curse.
ついさっきまで。
Up until right now.
だけど、やっぱり。
But I guess, in the end, it was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting.
でも、やっぱり、お社様ってのは、
But I
い
guess,
るんだと思います。
Oishiro-sama does exist.
いや、います。
No, he's
今、
here.
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
Maibara-san, please, just calm down.
なんかさっきからおかしいと思ってたんです。
I have been thinking it was strange for a while now.
ずーっとつけてくるんですよ。
It's been following me this whole time.
走っても走っても走っても走っても
I run and run and run and run,
影みたいにぴったりくっついて。
but it just sticks to me like my shadow.
だけど少しずつ少しずつ
But slowly, so slowly,
俺の背中ににじり寄ってくるんです。
it's sticking itself into my back.
前原さん、そいつは今ひょっとして前原さんの後ろに。
Maibara-san, are they, right now, perhaps, right behind you?
後ろに
Behind me,
すぐ後ろに
right behind me.
お願いです、前原さん。
Please, Maibara-san,
怖いのはわかります。
I can tell you're scared,
ですが、お願いです。
but please,
あなたの後ろに誰がいるんです？
who is it? That's right behind you.
振り向けるわけないじゃないですか。
I can't just look behind me.
振り向いたら俺
If I do, I'll...
怖いのはわかります。
I understand that you're scared,
でも教えてほしい。
but please tell me.
ちょっと振り返るだけでいいんです。
You just need to turn around a bit. Who is it?
前原さんの後ろに誰がいるんです？
Who is behind you, Maibara-san? He just wants an answer. Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmare sound.
前原さん、
Maibara-san,
あんたまさか
it couldn't be that you're
喉を引っかいてたりはしないでしょうね。
clawing out your own throat. There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang, as if something was being hit. Maibara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end, and a repeating, abnormal noise.
もしもし、
Hello?
もしもし、
Hello?
前原さん、
Maibara-san?
もしもし。
Hello? I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there?
もしもし、
Hello?
前原さん。
Maibara-san. Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses, trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep! Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. Ah! It was because it cut out so abruptly. Last thing he said came out clearly in my mind.
Oi-san! 車 OK っす!
Oishi-san, car is good to go.
Oi-san!
Oishi-san!
ごめんなさい。
It was... I'm sorry.
Oi-san?
Oishi-san? That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling there was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. Quick, 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 quick. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Kui, 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 kui. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. We need a bug speaker. We need a bug whisperer. The bugs know. June 1983. In Hinamizawa, a remote village near Shisabone City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Kechi Maibara, aged something in the teens. The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rina Ryogo, Mion Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart, and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. They don't know. Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamizawa Local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain his consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypervolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. The similarity to the death of Tomatake-san the prior week, police believe to be a connection have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it is suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomatake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates had actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that the crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college rule notebook that had each been torn in half, as if trying to conceal it. And as if trying to conceal it, it was stuck behind a clock on the wall. Contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. Police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident. Kurado Oishi. Kurado. He underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note: I, Kechi Maibara, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rina and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. The section below this has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. The section above has been ripped out. I have no idea why it's become like this. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. You, who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Kechi Maibara. A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become to play it, select extra on the time, and then pick the all cast review session. What is the all cast review session? Oh, it's like Tea Party stuff? Is it long? Non-canon, unlike Umineko. $30 at least. Then we're not getting into tonight. My hard out was 1 o'clock my time. And by hard out, I mean soft. soft out. So we'll do a very awkwardly, so we do the Higurashi streams here Tuesday, Saturday. What we'll do is, Tuesday, we'll do the all cast review session, and then I think I'll just, for the VODs on YouTube, we'll go ahead and I can just cut the actual VOD itself, and then just literally, just so that we have a clean break. Something I didn't really have to do with the Umineko for different reasons, but I can just cleanly do a break, and then, do that whole thing. So that seems like fun. All cast review session. The only thing that sounds like is it's gonna be the characters. It's oh, remember, almost for some reason in my head I'm thinking what's the term I'm looking for? A commentary track. Remember when I clawed my you get Tomotakis on, he's remember when I clawed my neck out? That was a great scene. And then Kechi could be remember when I touched the principal's head or something like that? With the cat ears and the swimsuit on and stuff. That was a great scene. Characters talk about what happened and then put down theories. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Oh, I just saw big lightning outside my window. Good thing the stream didn't die. Thanks so much for watching. Apologies again for being all sick and gross and stuff. Hopefully I'll be better over the next coming week. Speaking of that, I'd like to go back to stream Final Fantasy tomorrow during the day, but we'll see. If I'm not feeling great, then I'm just going to be like, fuck it, and just not stream tomorrow or something. Reminder about the YouTube thing. Yeah, I've got it pulled up on a tab. You mean the Disco Elysium stream? I'm going to check it. The only thing is, the this is a very YouTube thing, but I think because it's on the longer side, it's almost 6 hours, I don't think it gives me the option to just try to mute the section of the song. So there is a good chance, unless I pulled the video, like download it and re-edit it, then it might just stay blocked permanently, which kind of sucks. So I might have to re-download the whole thing off of YouTube, take out those chunks, and then re-upload it, which would be a massive pain in the ass, and maybe something I might not want to do. Which would be sucks. It would sucks because, like, there's a couple other games that I've streamed that have gotten blocked, but, like, for it to get blocked so late is, like, a section, just the finale, is kind of obnoxious because there's not much I can do about it now at that point. But I digress. I'll look more into it tomorrow. Again, thanks for bringing that up. Thanks, like I said, for watching and hanging out. Again, apologies about the sickness. Glad we got the CG's thing fixed. We'll do the, whatever it's called, like I said, Tuesday night is the plan. Then we'll hop right into probably a bit of chapter 2. I guess we'll go in. Excited about that. Maybe stream tomorrow. Maybe I just don't. Who knows? It'll be Final Fantasy. I've put so many hours in Final Fantasy. It's such a good game, but it's a long one. Can you find out when it was blocked? Oh, I could probably try to find, because I do have like certain email things. Like I have email notifications specifically in a folder just for like YouTube copyright things, so I'd have to just go in and probably find the date of when it got blocked. Or I could try my luck and try to dispute it. That would be although I tend to try not to do that because I don't need other problems on my end. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, hanging out, and all that. It was a fun stream. As I always say, stay safe, stay well, do good, be good. Hopefully I'll see you guys in another stream. Until then, have a nice rest of your Saturday night. Have a great Sunday. Enjoy the last day of the weekend and week coming up. And until another stream, see ya.